The Age of Crisis Neoliberalism, the Collapse of Democracy, and the Pandemic. Alfredo Saad Filho. Contents. Part I: Neoliberalism, Financialization and Crisis. 1. Neoliberalism, Financialization and their Consequences. 3. Neoliberalism and Financialization. 4. Globalization and the Restructuring of Production. 8. Ideologies, Policies and Social Reproduction. 9. The Economic Losers. 13. References. 14. 2. Economic Instability and Crises under Neoliberalism. 17. The Economic Paradox of Neoliberalism. 17. The Global Financial Crisis. 20. The Global Economy after the Crisis. 22. References. 25. Part 2: Neoliberalism and Democracy. 3. Political Forms of Neoliberalism. 29. Transitions to Neoliberalism. 29. Building Neoliberal Democracies. 31. Neoliberal Democracy and the Losers. 35. The Political Paradox of Neoliberalism. 40. References. 41. 4. The Crisis of Neoliberal Democracy. 43. Neoliberalism after the GFC. 43. Authoritarian Neoliberalism. 47. Spectacular Leaders. 49. The Paradox of Authoritarianism. 52. References. 54. Part 3: A Pandemic with Neoliberal Characteristics. 5. A Neoliberal Health Crisis. 59. Neoliberalism and the Pandemic. 60. Denialism and herd immunity. 62. Inequalities and the Pandemic. 66. References. 68. 6. Post-pandemic realities. 75. Economic policies after the shock. 75. Politics and ideology. 81. References. 85. Part 4: Case Studies in Disaster. 7. A very Neoliberal Tragedy. 91. COVID-19 in the North and the South. 91. Tales of Success and Failure. 95. References. 101. 8. The UK, A Convergence of Disasters. 107. The Conservative Party and the Pandemic. 107. The Magical Realism of Brexit. 112. The Opposition Vanishes. 114. Lessons from Disaster. 115. References. 116. 9. The USA, Decentralization and Denial. 121. Just Like the Flu. 122. No Responsibility at All. 126. I Can't Breathe. 127. References. 128. 10. Brazil, Inequality and Catastrophe. 135. Roots of the Tragedy. 136. The Role of the Individual in History. 138. Bolsonaro Seizes the Initiative. 141. Moving Forward. 142. References. 144. 11. India, From Hubris to Disaster. 151. The First Wave. 151. Authoritarianism. 153. The Second Wave. 154. The Economy. 156. The Kerala Exception. 157. References. 159. Conclusion. 165. References. 177. Index 213. Introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic was the worst global public health emergency since the Spanish flu that enveloped the world after World War I, a catastrophe following a nightmare. In comparison with the US 50 million victims in a world with a population under 2 billion, the number of deaths due to COVID-19 is relatively small, yet, the pandemic produced countless tragedies, traumatized the survivors and triggered the sharpest economic contraction recorded in the history of capitalism. 1. This book examines 3 overlapping crises in the current age of neoliberalism from the point of view of Marxist political economy, the crises in the global economy, contemporary politics and human health. For reasons of space, time, and expertise, the book does not address other crises in neoliberalism, for example, those of the food system, water, antibiotics, and the environment. 2. This book brings together 2 strands of my previous research, on neoliberalism and the implications of the global financial crisis, and on the crisis of democracy and the rise of overtly despotic forms of governance. 3. They provide the context for an original interpretation of the COVID-19 pandemic and its likely implications. The economic crisis in global neoliberalism is closely related to the escalating crisis of democracy and the drift toward authoritarianism in many countries. This drift cannot be reduced to an epiphenomenal or self-correcting slip into unsustainable projects led by self-centered, thieving or megalomaniac politicians, after whose inevitable failure the world will get back to normal. This is unlikely. The rise of overtly authoritarian modes of governance derives from a neoliberal politics of crisis management centered on the manipulation of sectional resentments in order to shore up the system of accumulation by means of permanent strife, repression, high rates of exploitation within and between countries, and outright plunder. Underlying social divisions have been contained, channeled, and dictated by nationalism, racism and violence, often encased within right-wing, authoritarian, and populist political forms. These processes became evident with the anointment of Narendra Modi as Prime Minister of India, in 2014, the Brexit vote in the UK and the election of Donald Trump in the USA, in 2016, and the election of Jair Bolsonaro, in Brazil, 2 years later. Similar developments took place in Austria, Hungary, Italy, the Philippines, Poland, Turkey, and elsewhere. This interpretation of the stresses in global neoliberalism is framed around three paradoxes: the economic paradox, by which the achievement of unprecedentedly favorable conditions for accumulation has been followed by declining rates of GDP growth and a deteriorating pattern of employment; the political paradox, that the consolidation of neoliberal democracy has ossified the institutions of the state and degraded the structures of political representation, curtailing state capacity to address conflicts of interest and undermining democracy itself; and the paradox of authoritarianism, that the economic and political crises in neoliberalism have fostered the personalization of politics and the emergence of spectacular authoritarian leaders whose policies undermine their own base of support. The interactions between these crises and paradoxes will open spaces for new forms of fascism. In the meantime, neoliberalism has become increasingly reliant on coercion and violence. This includes the targeted deployment of fiscal austerity backed up by punishing measures against the poor, the underprivileged, the neglected and those who are hard to reach, serve, and provide for, attacks against collective representation. Mounting repression against all forms of dissent, ranging from lynching by media to victimization, interception of communications and persecution by the police, the security services or the military and so on. Escalating repression makes it harder to elicit systemic changes, but it also makes the system of accumulation less adaptable. It is shown, below, that as it became the dominant economic, political, institutional, and ideational form of our time, neoliberalism has also become brittle. It is strong but also prone to catastrophic failure, since it sits on an unstable terrain. The COVID-19 pandemic hit a world already strained by the paradoxes and crises outlined above. Since the pandemic emerged in a context of growing inequalities, deteriorating economic performance and disintegration of democracy, and since it imposed additional stresses onto the system of accumulation, examination of the health disaster can highlight important features, strengths, contradictions, and vulnerabilities of global neoliberalism. The pandemic is also likely to intensify the crisis tendencies in neoliberalism, with detrimental implications for economic performance, well-being, equality and personal freedoms. Finally, the pandemic will have adverse consequences for the legitimacy of neoliberalism. For example, classic neoliberal policies including privatization, marketization, nationalization and liberalization of trade and finance have been shown to be either ineffective or counterproductive. Notions of social solidarity and distribution have gained traction, and established political systems have lost legitimacy. The crises in neoliberalism can contaminate capitalism itself, since this mode of production has little to offer to the young, the precarious, the marginalized, and the poor. Growing awareness of these limits could open spaces for new forms of left-wing political activity. The pandemic had profound implications for social reproduction and daily life. They range from the sudden disarticulation of the extraction and circulation of surplus value because of the coronavirus and the lockdown seeking to contain it, to unprecedented state intervention to secure social order and the relations of exploitation, to changes in urban spaces because of the decline of the high streets, the rise of online shopping and the transformations of office work and the service sector more generally. Unexpectedly, the productivity of the dislocated workers was found to be about the same as it was in the traditional office. When the pandemic happened, the technologies required for home working were already available, even if few employers had realized it. In any case, home working was not widely trusted. Now that they can reduce drastically the costs of office space, many companies will want to do so permanently, with significant implications for the economy and community life. At the global level, countries confronted the pandemic in distinct ways, with strikingly dissimilar outcomes. A heterogeneous group of countries, regions, and provinces was highly successful, at least initially among them, China, Cuba, Ghana, Kerala State in India, New Zealand, Senegal, Singapore, Taiwan, and Vietnam. Others witnessed extraordinary policy failures culminating in tens of thousands of avoidable deaths, for example, Brazil, Ecuador, Hungary, India, Italy, Sweden, Turkey, the UK, and the USA. In general terms, the most uncompromisingly neoliberal economies were rapidly shown to be unable even to secure face masks and personal protective equipment for their health personnel, not to speak of ventilators to keep their hospitalist population alive. These countries were also incapable of mounting coherent policy responses to the pandemic. Instead, several governments attached themselves to policies of herd immunity, an approach replete with social Darwinistic overtones. Their peoples paid a heavy price for this policy choice. It follows that the crises of public health and the economy were the outcome of the earlier dismantling of, or current disregard for, state capacities, a shocking underestimation of the threat, callous political decisions and staggering failures of implementation, for which reputations must be destroyed as part of a systemic reckoning. For in turn, in places where neoliberal ideology was less influential and the reforms of the state, industry, and health provision were less advanced, notions of common citizenship tended to be more prominent, welfare states remained stronger and health systems were more comprehensive and resilient. These states also tended to have more policy space and to deploy better coordinated policies. They often could suppress the coronavirus and resume normal life faster and with far less casualties. However, the failures elsewhere would force the successful states to keep themselves isolated from the world to avoid importing new cases of COVID-19. In summary, the pandemic stress-tested countries, economies, and political systems like never before, but the health crisis will not necessarily trigger positive changes in global neoliberalism. Instead, the pandemic is likely to intensify the grip of the dominant system of accumulation, regardless of its limitations, contradictions, and perversities. Yet, the pandemic can also boost powerful mobilizations to democratize the economy and society. Struggles around the meaning, reach and depth of democracy are likely to become increasingly prominent, because of their immediacy and relevance to our capacity to address the crises to come, especially around climate change and the green transition. This book includes 4 parts and 11 chapters. Part I outlines the theoretical framework. Chapter 1 describes the interpretation of neoliberalism and nationalization deployed in the book, and Chapter 2 looks into the forces that can explain the underperformance, instability, and crises in contemporary capitalism. Part 2 examines the relationship between neoliberalism and democracy. Chapter 3 reviews the political forms of neoliberalism, and Chapter 4 discusses the crisis tendencies in neoliberal democracy. Part 3 turns to COVID-19, arguing that it is a pandemic with neoliberal characteristics. Chapter 5 reviews the evidence around the health crisis, and Chapter 6 outlines the implications of the pandemic for economic policy, politics, and ideology. Part 4 focuses on case studies. Chapter 7 surveys the impact of the pandemic in the global North and the global South, and Chapters 8 to 11 examine, respectively, the cases of the UK, USA, Brazil, and India. The null chapter concludes the study. Evidently, the work cuts across different levels of analysis, as it moves from a highly abstract examination of the system of accumulation to country-specific studies. The book argues that the pandemic is both a symptom of the contradictions and odds in neoliberalism, and an indictment of capitalism itself. Yet, there is no guarantee that either the health crisis or the political or economic crises will transform the system of accumulation. Neoliberalism has been presumed or even proclaimed dead several times, for example, after the elections of Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, after the East Asian crisis, during the pink tide in Latin America, following the GFC and, now, in the wake of COVID-19. Each time, neoliberalism has managed to defeat, absorb, or transform its enemies, rivals and alternatives, while addressing temporary setbacks through the deft deployment of ideological pressure, public resources, repression, and adaptation. This time, too, neoliberalism will change only if it is confronted by overwhelming pressure. It is clear that the economic crisis cannot be resolved within neoliberalism, and that the degeneration of democracy must be addressed by broad alliances. The construction of alternatives to the system of accumulation requires the integration of economic and political demands into an ambitious program for the expansion of economic and political democracy. It has also become evident that pandemics must be confronted. Through wide-ranging and coordinated policies and the deployment of state capacities to support public health, backed up by ambitious industrial, economic and social policies. If these lessons are learned, we may be in a stronger position to face the more dramatic crises that will hit our species in the coming years. Our future literally hangs in the balance. Part I. Neoliberalism, Financialization, and Crisis. Chapter 1. Neoliberalism, Financialization, and their Consequences. This chapter outlines the theoretical framework and the main concepts underpinning the analysis of the three crises covered in this book, focusing on the concepts of neoliberalism, financialization and system of accumulation. They are closely related. A system of accumulation is the configuration or instantiation of the capitalist mode of production in specific historical circumstances. Neoliberalism is the dominant system of accumulation worldwide, standing in contrast with classic liberalism before World War I and Keynesianism, after World War II. Neoliberalism is underpinned by financialization, or the dominant role of finance in production, ideology, policy practice, and social reproduction. Financialization has driven the restructuring of the global economy since the 1970s across several dimensions, including new production technologies, patterns of exchange, distribution, and modes of work, new social structures, ideologies, and processes of political representation and new forms of rule. Outcomes have been complex and uneven both domestically and globally, but they generally include remarkable prosperity for the top layers of society, accompanied by the creation of patterns of poverty and inequality that are typical of the current age of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism and financialization. Neoliberalism has been understood in different ways in the literature. In particular, neoliberalism as a right-wing political project against the workers and the poor, that was dramatically imposed by governments starting with the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet in Chile, followed by Margaret Thatcher in the UK, Ronald Reagan in the USA, and many others around the world. Neoliberalism as a set of public policies and practices inspired by the so-called Washington Consensus, generally seeking to roll back the state and causing untold damage to the poor. Neoliberalism as a more or less coherent set of ideas and ideologies associated with Austrian and monetarist scholars, especially Friedrich von Hayek, Ludwig von Mises, Milton Friedman, and the neoliberal thought collective fronted by the Mont Pelerin Society and an array of think tanks, non-governmental organizations, university departments, international organizations, lobbies and media outlets. From a Foucauldian perspective, neoliberalism as a technology of the self-promoting aesthetic. Subjectivity. Entrepreneurial mindset and mode of governance, and neoliberalism as the contemporary phase, stage, configuration, or mode of existence of capitalism, distinguished by the financialization of production and social reproduction. Although these approaches to neoliberalism overlap to a large extent and are mutually complementary rather than contradictory, the latter is the preferred approach in what follows, since it recognizes that neoliberalism is not only, or even primarily, about shifts in ideas, economic policies, or power relations. Instead, it is a totality encompassing the economy, modes of labor, resource allocation, and forms of international integration, the political system, class forces and relations and modes of representation of interests, the social structure, property relations and forms of exploitation and social domination, and the dominant rules, institutions, ideologies, subjectivities, and modes of behavior. 1. In this sense, neoliberalism is a system of accumulation. Across the various features and domains of neoliberalism, state power has been deployed to enforce a nance-driven recomposition of the rule of capital under the ideological guise of non-intervention and promotion of the markets. Historically, neoliberalism emerged in Latin America in the mid-1970s and, more significantly for our purposes, in the UK and USA a few years later in response to the crises of capitalist reproduction at the end of the post-war boom, especially the disarticulation of the Keynesian social democratic consensus in the advanced capitalist economies in the global north, the paralysis of developmentalism in the developing economies in the global south and, later, the implosion of the Soviet alternative. 2. The new system of accumulation spread in the global north through Atlanticism, and in the global south and the former Soviet bloc through the policy reforms associated with the Washington Consensus, that were usually driven by balance of payments crises followed by conditionalities enforced by the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The most salient feature of neoliberalism is the nationalization of production, exchange, and social reproduction. Like neoliberalism, the term nationalization has been understood in diverse ways. The latter include the phenomenal expansion of natural assets relative to real activity, the proliferation of types of assets, from derivatives through to futures markets with a corresponding explosion of acronyms, the absolute and relative expansion of speculative as opposed to or at the expense of real investment, a shift in the balance of productive to natural imperatives within the private sector whether natural or not, increasing inequality in income arising out of natural rewards, consumer-led booms. Based on credit, the penetration of nance into ever more areas of economic and social life such as pensions, education, health, and provision of economic and social infrastructure, the emergence of a neoliberal culture of reliance upon markets and private capital and corresponding anti-statism despite the extent to which the rewards to private nance have, derived from state nance itself. Financialization is also associated with the continued role of the US dollar as world money. Historically, however nationalization is deemed, its consequences have been perceived to be reductions in overall levels and efficacy of real investment as natural instruments and activities expand at its expense even if excessive investment does take place in particular sectors at particular times, prioritizing shareholder value, or natural worth, over other economic and social values, pushing of policies towards conservatism and commercialization in all respects, extending unions of nance more broadly, both directly and indirectly, over economic and social policy, placing more aspects of economic and social life at the risk of volatility from natural instability and, conversely, placing the economy and social life at risk of crisis from triggers within particular markets, whilst, then, nationalization is a single word, it is attached to a wide variety of different forms and effects of nance. A systemic interpretation of nationalization can start from the subordination of economic and social reproduction to the accumulation of what Karl Marx called interest-bearing capital. 3. IBC is a general category for capital seeking valorization through the truncated circuit M. In practice, IBC includes not only the capital of banks, pension funds, mutual funds, hedge funds, stockbrokers, insurance companies, and so on but, also, the natural arm of industrial capital, for example, large automobile manufacturers, supermarket chains, electronics manufacturers, and so on have nance divisions that aim to facilitate sales as well as profit from natural investment, rather than funding production directly. From a historical point of view, nationalization has been the main driver of the restructuring of the global economy since the 1970s, and it played a key role in the restoration of the U.S. empire after its defeats in Vietnam and Iran and the dollar crisis in the 1970s. Typically, In nationalist economies, IBC controls the main sources of capital across production, domestic commerce, international exchanges, and the nancing of the state, as well as the intertemporal, intersectoral, and international allocation of resources. The latter include the level and composition of output, investment, consumption, and government spending, as well as the cross-border processes of production and accumulation. These forms of resource allocation tend to be regulated global conglomerates and international organizations centered in the USA, from J.P. Morgan Chase and Bank of America to the U.S. Department of the Treasury, the World Bank and the IMF. Financialization does not distort pure capitalism, nor does it express a financial sector coup against productive capital for, similarly, NANS is not merely a parasitic superstructure draining industrial profits or sucking workers' incomes. Instead, in the age of neoliberalism, NANS is hegemonic because IBC commands economic activity and the reproduction of capital. As a whole, percolates all manner of social intercourse, and drives policy making. In summary, neoliberalism is underpinned by nationalization in multiple and overlapping ways. The extended range, reach, unions and resourcing of IBC has assisted the expansion of NANS and financial institutions in a cumulative process taking place, primarily, through the creation of new paper instruments and the explosive growth of markets where these papers are traded. For example, the markets in currency derivatives and interest rate swaps grew from almost nothing in 1990 to about 3 times global GDP in 2006. These developments have fostered a semi-autonomous sphere of speculation supporting the appropriation by IBC of an expanding share of the value produced. For example, profits of financial companies jumped from below 5% of total corporate profits, after tax, in 1982 to 41% in 2007. This share declined immediately after the GFC, but soon returned to 30%. Even before the GFC, the conventional notion that NANS mobilizes and allocates resources efficiently and brings growth, productivity, and welfare gains for the economy as a whole was untenable, for 3 reasons. First, the liberalization of domestic NANS and international capital movements failed to trigger faster growth in most countries. In fact, economic growth has tended to falter since the transition to neoliberalism. Conversely, the experiences of rapid growth were largely unrelated to changes in financial regulations and were not normally driven by the expansion of IBC. Second, since IBC is directly unproductive, its profits are, necessarily, transfers from the non-financial corporate sector and the workers. This implies that the growth of NANS can benefit the economy only if it promotes the creation of more value than NANS itself absorbs, which, patently, has not been the case, since capitalist economies have tended to slow down. Third, since NANS is the best rewarded sector in the economy, its expansion in a context of growth slowdown must have contributed to the polarization of incomes. An alternative interpretation seems more plausible. Nationalization has boosted the size and profits of IBC, helped to transnationalize the operations of large industrial and financial conglomerates, and supported global neoliberalism through the perpetual threat of capitalite if economic and social policies diverge from the short-term interests of financial market operators. At the same time, the pursuit of financial gains has tended to crowd out productive activities and promote the concentration of income and wealth within and between countries, undermining aggregate producibility, macroeconomic stability, and long-term economic growth. These adverse outcomes were compensated, in part, by enhanced extractions from the workers, from poorer countries and from nature, making neoliberalism a system of accumulation increasingly reliant on parasitical impositions as opposed to investment for productivity growth. Globalization and the restructuring of production. The approach to neoliberalism in this chapter, as a stage in capitalism driven by nationalization, informs a specific understanding of the contemporary political economy that highlights the transformations in the patterns of growth, investment, production, employment, NANS and consumption. In brief, neoliberalism and nationalization underpin the transnationalization of production and the liberalization of trade, NANS and capital O's, which are usually summarized by the term globalization. These processes have been supported by banking, regulatory and legislative changes promoting the modalities of production that are typical of the contemporary age of neoliberalism. These forces have restructured the national systems of production at a higher level of productivity, at least at RM level. They have promoted new technologies, labor processes and employment relations, and brought about new products, forms of production and modes of exchange based on the international integration of circuits of capital at the level of individual RMS, that is, the microeconomic integration of capital, in contrast with the earlier integration of nations through trade based on colonial relations or the exchange of niched products. These transformations were accompanied by the stagnation of real wages and the exponential growth of all forms of nance, debt, and titious capital, with significant implications for consumption and forms of social reproduction and community life. These processes have also contributed to a tighter integration of the elites. While the working classes have been restructured globally, workers have also been divided and disempowered by the changes in policies, practices, ideologies, technologies, and the law that have accompanied the transitions to neoliberalism. As a consequence of the restructuring and relocalization of key value chains and the deployment of specific industrial and development policies, some countries have managed to sustain impressive rates of growth under neoliberalism, with Northeast and Southeast Asia to the fore. More recently, China has become the export assembly hub of the world. This is far from, indeed the opposite of, suggesting that neoliberalism fosters either economic growth in countries following the right policies, or an unproblematic global convergence. Instead, neoliberalism creates new patterns of uneven and combined development, in which immense prosperity within and between countries bin its specific social strata, and coexists with new patterns of poverty and its reproduction in areas where it already prevailed. Ideologies, policies, and social reproduction. Ideologically, neoliberalism and its inequitable outcomes have been justified by a discourse drawing on two principles. In the economic domain, competitiveness, followed by its corollaries, market efficiency and nation control, as they are presented in neoclassical, Austrian and monetarist approaches. From this point of view, the financial and currency markets offer the template not only for the functioning of all economic sectors, but, also, for individual behaviors under neoliberalism. In turn, in the political domain the key principle is democracy, in the shallow sense of competition between shades of neoliberalism in a political market regulated by law and policed by the media. Competitiveness and democracy underpin the neoliberal vision of the good society, guide the norms of conduct supporting the system of accumulation, and have become principles of the common sense of our age. The neoliberal conceptions of competitiveness and democracy follow from a specific notion of neoliberal subjects and their subjectivity and a typical mode of governance of the public sphere. In this worldview all economic agents, including consumers, workers, capitalists, managers, financiers and the state itself, are expected to conduct themselves in ways that are compatible with the maximization of the net present value of their assets through practices of entrepreneurialism, investment, and attraction of potential customers and investors. This individualist conception of self and society is incompatible with the notion of collective interests or demands for common rights or minimum standards of welfare. It follows that neoliberal subjects have no guarantee of security, protection, sustenance, or even survival. Consequently, the welfare protections enacted under previous systems of accumulation ought to be removed, and the notion of a society of citizens founded on the public good should be displaced by a neoliberal collection of maximizing RMS and Homo economicus. This is wholly incompatible with the ideo fa demos entitled to assert collective sovereignty. The state plays a key role across all the domains of neoliberalism. The state must drive the transition from the previous system of accumulation, build the new legal, institutional and policy framework, and legitimize the transition. This is done by recourse to claims of the superior efficiency of the market and the endless repetition of the mantra that the public finances are in a parlous state, leading to the conclusion that there is an imperative to privatize and commercialize public services, roll back the welfare state, Shift to means-tested benefits, impose private sector performance indicators on public institutions, repress the opposition, and, paradoxically, cut taxes, especially on the rich. In this way, public policies have dismantled state capacities and public services, reformed public institutions to serve capital in general and non-specifically, and transformed the ideologies and modalities of social reproduction. Historically, the forms of social discipline associated with neoliberalism have been imposed through VE channels. First, the expansion of capitalism in the AES and across Eastern Europe, Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Latin America, leading to the incorporation of hundreds of millions of workers into transnational circuits of accumulation. These processes imposed much greater competition between capitals, countries, and workers, and disciplined them accordingly. Second, a wave of technological innovations, the restructuring of production and the creation of new patterns of employment, together with restrictions to wages, subsidies, transfers, benefits, entitlements and other non-market protections that had been introduced under Keynesian, developmentalist, and Soviet-style regimes. They have created mass unemployment, compressed wages, and diffused around the world informal, part-time, flexible and insecure patterns of work, with low levels of job-specific skills and rapid turnover. Third, persistently contractionary skill policies, except in moments of crisis, which have been directly responsible for the long-term decline of real investment, productivity growth, and output growth. Fourth, the restructuring of public institutions, ideologies, policies, and practices, in order to consolidate a mode of governance supporting the new system of accumulation and shielding market processes from most forms of accountability. Fifth, nationalization transformed the structures and processes of social reproduction. In most countries, especially the advanced Anglo-Saxon economies, asset-poor workers have tended to become enmeshed in financial circuits through their bank accounts, overdrafts, credit cards, mortgages, pensions, insurance policies and payments for education, health, and other areas of social provision, as well as clothes, holidays, home improvements, and even daily expenses. These expenditures were often financed by easy credit or equity withdrawals through the serial remortgaging of their homes in booming housing markets, drawing working-class families into the speculative logic of asset price inflation. 5. These processes were mirrored, at the top of the distribution of income, by the growth in the demand of the wealthy for personal credit or outlets for investment. In all cases, the financial institutions gained scope for selling services to households and for trading new paper instruments. This became especially pervasive in the macroeconomic context of low interest rates between the early 1990s and the mid-2000s. Under neoliberalism, then, different forms of debt became a powerful tool of social integration, as well as a way of compensating workers for the stagnation of real incomes, the diminishing supply of good jobs, and the reduced availability of public housing, retirement benefits, education, healthcare, and so on. The transitions to neoliberalism were also normally accompanied by intimations to consume more. Under these circumstances, many workers effectively turned their homes, future salaries, and pensions into cash machines, so they could pretend to be earning higher salaries in the present. 6. The inevitable pressures for repayment and the threat of losing houses, cars, and reputations pushed many debtors to accept strict forms of work discipline, including long hours in multiple jobs with casual or temporary contracts and precarious employment rights, in increasingly stressful conditions. Consumer lending was not only a form of compensation for lower wages, a modality of integration and subordination of the working class and a source of profits. For the US and UK governments, it was also a key macroeconomic policy tool, because the regulation of consumer and mortgage loans through movements in interest rates helped to maintain economic and social stability in low-wage and low-skill economies. In particular, every time the US and UK economies slowed down, their central banks lowered interest rates to encourage remortgaging and the accumulation of unsecured personal debt in order to stabilize aggregate demand. This policy arrangement was temporarily successful. For example, The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis estimated that home equity extractions led to an additional GDP growth rate of 1.5% per year between 2002 and 2007. Excluding that, the U.S. would not have grown faster than the supposedly sclerotic Eurozone. These policies have been assimilated to an asset price Keynesianism because, to some extent, private deficits replaced public deficits as the main tool of macroeconomic stabilization. The restructuring of production, employment, modes of labor and social and community life outlined above have had profound implications for social reproduction in general, and for the composition, mode of existence, cultures, and solidarities of the working class. These developments can be described as the naturalization of social reproduction. Together with the restructuring of production and the institutional changes that followed the transition to neoliberalism, the naturalization of social reproduction underpinned a significant increase in the rate of exploitation through the extraction of absolute and relative surplus value. Their impact can be gauged by the fall in the wage share of national income in most neoliberal countries. For example, the average real incomes for the bottom 90% of Americans fell 9% between 1973 and 2002. In contrast, the incomes for the top 1% rose 101%, and the incomes of the top 0.1% rose by 227%. Similarly, while in 1991 the wealthiest 1% owned 39% of corporate wealth, by 2003 their share had increased to 58%. More generally, the World Inequality Report shows that, since the 1980s, the top 1% earners have captured twice as much growth in global income as the 50% poorest individuals. These unequalizing tendencies help to explain the recovery of the rate of profit in most neoliberal countries since the early 1980s, despite the underlying lack of demand. The economic losers. It was shown above that neoliberalism, naturalization and globalization have been associated with large-scale economic restructuring, including the internationalization of systems of production across work processes, technologies, inputs and outputs, with major implications for international specialization, patterns of employment and consumption, forms of social reproduction and community life. These shifts have had profound implications for the composition and mode of existence of the working class. Specifically, they tended to create an array of economic losers centered around the skilled working class and radiating outwards as conditions also deteriorated for the informal workers, the traditional middle classes and many other strata, including managers and small and medium capitalists and family farmers. Millions of skilled and stable jobs and managerial positions were eliminated, especially in the AES, as entire categories were hit with new technologies or suffered large transfers of posts abroad. In the meantime, employment opportunities in the public sector shrunk with mass privatizations and the neoliberal retrenching of state institutions. Most formal workers and professionals witnessed a deterioration in their pay, conditions, and welfare protections, and their patterns of employment and work tended to become increasingly precarious and desk-eyed. Severe losses also hit the informal workers, whose prospects of transfer into the formal sector shrunk drastically, and for pensioners, often at the sharp end of the neoliberal reforms. Similar pressures were felt by an impoverished, vulnerable, indebted and increasingly anxious middle class. Almost everyone had to bear the stresses of insecurity, overwork and long-term income decline. In most neoliberal economies, including some of the wealthiest countries in the world, formerly privileged social strata found themselves lamenting their inability to realize the material aspirations mandated by the consumption cultures of neoliberalism. They were also unable to bequeath improved material circumstances to their offspring, breaking a generational contract of continuous improvement that had helped to legitimize the hardships enacted by capitalism since the 18th century. Chapter 2. Economic Instability and Crises under Neoliberalism. This chapter examines the economic paradox of neoliberalism, that global neoliberalism has enjoyed the most favorable conditions for accumulation in generations, yet neoliberal AES have been unable to capitalize on them. The consequence has been the gradual slowdown of their rate of GDP growth, with adverse consequences for distribution, employment, social welfare, and the living conditions of the poor in some of the wealthiest economies in the world. The chapter examines these developments and the crisis tendencies springing from them, focusing on the GFC and its consequences. The economic paradox of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism and nationalization both created and benefited from unprecedentedly favorable conditions for accumulation, which drove a remarkable recovery of profitability in the AES since its lows in the early 1980s. These conditions include the West's victory in the Cold War, the spread of capitalism worldwide and the globalization of production, leading to a dramatic expansion in the global labor force, the liberalization of trade, finance and capital movements, the provision of unparalleled support to accumulation by competing states, the reduction of taxes, transfers, and welfare provision in most countries, the destruction of most nationalist movements and governments in the global south, the decline of the traditional sources of resistance to earlier forms of capitalism, and the ideological hegemony of a bogus but vociferous free market capitalism. They have fostered intensive modes of exploitation of the workforce through financial exactions, changes in the law, the restructuring of production, new technologies and means of communication, the compression of wages and the expansion of precarious forms of labor, culminating in the gig economy, as well as heavy extractions from the periphery through unequal trade, financial transfers and rents, and the unprecedented plunder of nature. Despite oft-repeated assurances that the neoliberal reforms would bring faster growth, macroeconomic stability, and prosperity for all, the rates of investment and GDP growth have tended to decline, especially in the AES. Around the world, the episodes of growth under neoliberalism have become increasingly reliant on finance-led bubbles, but these always collapse with destructive implications for accumulation, distribution, and social reproduction, and their containment invariably requires expansive, and expensive, state intervention. Examples include the international debt crisis in the early 1980s, the U.S. savings and loan crisis in the 1980s, the M&A mania and the stock market bubbles and crashes in the 1980s and late 1990s, the Japanese crisis and the subsequent underperformance since the late 1980s, the crises in East Asia, Mexico, Russia, Brazil, Argentina, and other middle-income countries at the end of the 20th century, and the dot-com, credit, financial and housing bubbles in the early 2000s, culminating in the GFC. And the disaster in the Eurozone. In this light, it is possible to identify the economic paradox of neoliberalism, that the delivery of extraordinarily favorable conditions for accumulation has been accompanied by an astonishing inability to capitalize upon them. Rather than thriving on the basis of the extremely propitious conditions that neoliberalism itself helped to impose, accumulation has been hampered by a persistent growth slowdown, volatility, declining real investment, rising inequality, and a deteriorating job market. In other words, the system of accumulation has become increasingly unable to elicit productivity growth, even though this is the most important redeeming feature of capitalism. Instead, neoliberalism relies more and more on exploitation and pillage. The economic paradox derives from the nationalization of the economy, that has created towering and increasingly fragile structures of paper claims on income and wealth called titious capital. Economic growth under neoliberalism is generally driven by the accumulation of titious capital, that is, by the speculative pursuit of financial gain. This modality of growth tends to crowd out productive activities and fuel asset bubbles only loosely connected with the restructuring of production, and that favor the appropriation of profits by the owners of paper assets. Ultimately, financialist accumulation undermines the capacity of the economy to generate new values and the profits needed to service those financial commitments. This is a fundamental contradiction of neoliberalism. This modality of financialist accumulation is closely associated with other fault lines in neoliberalism. They include deepening inequalities of income, wealth, and power, disparities across gender, race, jobs, and the provision of health, education, transport, housing and other basic needs, new technologies and the globalization of production that have created patterns of employment devaluing, Deskilling and expelling labor power, dysfunctional linkages between NANS, industry, agriculture and services, growing vulnerabilities in the balance of payments, the systematic dismantling of earlier systems of provision as well as state capacity to formulate and implement public policies and coordinate and monitor economic activity, and a relentless drive to hollow out the welfare state. In summary, as accumulation and social reproduction have become nationalist under neoliberalism, economic crises have also become nationalist. Today, crises are typically due to the overproduction of titious capital, and they tend to be triggered by the collapse of complex structures of paper claims on income and wealth. These crises centered on the overaccumulation of titious capital stand in sharp contrast with the crises of disproportion and overproduction of commodities that were typical of previous stages of capitalism. The welfare effects of the economic slowdown under neoliberalism, and the seemingly inexorable descent of most neoliberal AES into macroeconomic stagnation, have been partly compensated, at the top of the distribution, by intensive forms of exploitation of poorer people, poorer countries, and nature. It is quite different at the bottom of the distribution, where pre-existing deprivations have tended to intensify, while new forms of poverty have emerged in connection with the new patterns of work, pay, consumption, debt, technologies, modes of communication and access to public services and basic amenities. These deteriorating circumstances have been accompanied by a creeping crisis of legitimacy of neoliberalism. In response, neoliberal governments have tended to rely on increasingly authoritarian tools to secure their rule, which has degraded political democracy. The global financial crisis. The GFC was a direct consequence of the nationalization of accumulation and the extensive restructuring of economic and social life under neoliberalism. In contrast with previous financial crises, the GFC was not initiated by a speculative frenzy around primary commodities or luxury goods, or the overestimation of profits from new fields of investment. Instead, the GFC was a typically neoliberal crisis. It was caused by the overaccumulation of titious capital created by a globalist financial system, and triggered by the default of unpayable mortgages owed by the poorest households in the USA, that had been repackaged into new types of financial assets traded through channels that did not even exist a few years earlier. At a global level, the circulation of titles of titious capital had helped to cover the current account deficits in the most nationalist AES, especially the USA and UK, while also generating profits for NANS. These merry-go-rounds required an ever-growing appetite for credit by banks, households, and states, to provide an outlet for the complex assets being pumped out by unhinged financial institutions. In the early 2000s, the entire arrangement was viable only while house prices kept rising, since they were fueling the mortgages, remortgages, and equity withdrawals that families needed to support their own credit-fueled consumption, as well as the tangled relationships between the USA, China, and the rest of the world. Aware of the fragilities of this arrangement, policymakers in the USA and UK did everything they could to support rising prices for titious capital and real estate, including incentives for predatory subprime lending in the USA and buy-to-let speculation in Britain, and privileged tax regimes for financial speculation in both countries. The awe in this strategy was that the success of the macroeconomic policies during the so-called Great Moderation would inevitably lead to the disconnection between, on the one hand, house prices, mortgage debts, and consumer loans and, on the other hand, the stagnant wages from which repayments must be made. This macroeconomic arrangement became increasingly fragile. For example, it could not be sustained if there was a contraction of liquidity or hardening of the conditions for the accumulation of debt. In the meantime, the subsidization of the US and UK economies by cheap goods and cheap credit originating in poorer countries supported the notion that the finance-driven restructuring of accumulation had been successful, and that the more neoliberal AES were doing better than the laggards. This reasoning helped to legitimize neoliberalism and disguise the fact that the success cases depended on an unsustainable model of debt-led growth supported by low interest rates and misaligned exchange rates. In this sense, the GFC exposed the limitations of nationalization as the driver of accumulation. 1. This systemic interpretation of the GFC focusing on neoliberalism and nationalization contrasts with other heterodox views focusing narrowly on the decline of real investment because of the easier and higher returns offered by financial speculation, the erosion of effective demand due to low wages and the rising burden of household debt, or the adverse implications of deindustrialization because of the restructuring of global manufacturing and the relocation of capacity to East Asia in general, and China in particular. Although they are undeniable, these processes did not operate in isolation, nor they did directly cause the GFC or its forms of manifestation. Quite the contrary, the GFC was symptomatic of the key features of neoliberalism, especially the impoverishment of the workers and the centrality of finance for economic and social reproduction, while the policies adopted in its wake revealed the dominance of finance both ideologically and policy-wise. Historically, the locus of the GFC and its reverberations changed over time. At RST, the crisis was concentrated on the AES, with the USA at the forefront, and its immediate impact destroyed up to 45% of the wealth of the world, as well as widespread home repossessions, the collapse of production and mounting unemployment. Later, the epicenter of the crisis shifted to the Eurozone periphery, with the Greek drama as its most powerful symbol. Finally, the crisis engulfed the middle-income countries, with striking examples in Argentina, Brazil, China, and Turkey. In contrast with previous instances of economic malfunction, the speculative boom and the crash could not be blamed on excessive wages and benefits, along the lines of neoclassical, Keynesian, or radical prosquise views. In the past, these interpretations had helped to legitimize the transfer of the burden of adjustment onto working people and the poor. This time, since working-class activity had been almost completely absent and real wages had been stagnant for many years, the explanations for the crisis had to be located in intercapitalist relations in general, and nationalization in particular. However, even if finance and its excesses were obviously guilty, the mainstream rushed to argue that finance had to be rescued to prevent an even worse impact upon everyone else. The global economy after the crisis. In the wake of the GFC, some of the largest financial institutions in the world were offered unlimited support through ultra-loose monetary policies, symbolized by zero-interest rate policies, emergency bailouts, central bank purchases of their worthless financial assets and successive waves of quantitative easing. These shockingly expensive rescue operations aimed to rescue the largest banks in the world from the consequence of their own folly. This was claimed to be in the general interest, presumably to avoid even worse outcomes should the endangered financial institutions fail. In reality, the unprecedented forms of state intervention in the USA, UK, Japan, and the Eurozone revealed the continuing hegemony of finance, which those states saved at the expense of everything else. Especially Brazil, China, South Korea, and Thailand, implemented different forms of state intervention primarily based on skull policy, but equally repugnant to the ideologies of neoliberalism. The sheer size and pervasiveness of the GFC initially overwhelmed the policy responses and the forms of international cooperation that were deployed to contain the crisis and limit its effects. Those limitations wreaked at the close connections between different types of financial institutions and the complexity of the asset structures built under nationalization. They created severe difficulties to identify the roots of the problem and agree what to rescue, how, by what criteria, to what end and at what cost, and what supplementary policies would be needed. Despite these difficulties, the policies adopted after the GFC eventually stabilized the global economy and restored the profitability of finance. Yet, the causes of the cataclysm remained unaddressed, while the policies deployed after the GFC created new vulnerabilities. In particular, 0.23. Interest rates and QE reduced systemic financial risks, but they also led to the accumulation of debts and created new asset bubbles, especially in the global south. For an illustration, between the start of the GFC and 2015, the total debt of financial corporations increased by $12 trillion, public sector debt increased by $25 trillion, and the liabilities of households rose by $7 trillion. Moreover, virtually all the gains achieved in the economic recovery were captured by the top income strata. In the USA, all the income growth in 2009 to 2013 went to the top 10% of families, while the income of the bottom 90% fell. In the aftermath of the GFC, fiscal austerity was presented as being essential to stabilize the public balance sheet given the extraordinary cost of salvaging NANS. In reality, however, austerity served to advance the neoliberal agenda on a wider front through higher and more regressive taxes, lower transfers, and the expanded commodification of social reproduction. Harsh austerity policies also served to preempt the argument that, since NANS could be saved by state intervention, perhaps similar support could be offered to housing, health, transport and other sectors with greater relevance for the majority of the population. Fiscal austerity might, then, be called socialism for the rich and capitalism for everyone else, justified by paltry ideological arguments that heavy state intervention is essential to protect the free market in general and NANS in particular, despite its causal role upon the crisis itself, but the salvaging operation must not benefit the poor directly, and it ought to be funded by cuts to social welfare and the further dismantling of state capacities, rolling out even greater destructions of sociability and new waves of social engineering. 2. The relationships between nationalization, growth slowdown, real wage stagnation, worsening job prospects, cuts to social security and public services, and rising inequality were ignored. The containment strategy after the GFC was followed by new forms of accommodation between the state, NANS and industry with, for example, states earning with industrial policy and the provision of infrastructure in order to shower money, loans, paper assets, and protable contracts upon private capital. Nevertheless, after a decade of limited recovery, it became clear that those responses did not deliver a renewal of economic performance on the scale experienced during the 1990s, let alone over the post-war boom. Instead, in the years following the 24 GFC, the global economy drifted into what became known as a Great Stagnation, that would be interrupted only by the economic implosion due to the COVID-19 pandemic. 3. In summary, the GFC demonstrated that, that neoliberalism had created strong tendencies towards further nationalization and the concentration of income when the economy grows, when it contracts, and when it recovers. Second, capital markets are largely useless at delivering employment, technological development, housing, or pensions. They are also hugely costly to society, provision is inequitable and they can generate extreme economic instability. These challenges were not addressed in the decade following the GFC, leading to lingering consequences in terms of low GDP growth, investment and employment creation, together with the accumulation of debt, with disabling implications for public sector capacities. These limited, and limiting, outcomes suggest that neoliberalism can offer no alternatives to the economic model based on high personal indebtedness and high financial profits, either because they are too central to the system of accumulation, or because unwinding household and corporate debts would require improvements in income distribution and the scaling up of public provision of housing, education, healthcare, and retirement benefits. They were too disruptive to be countenanced. Instead of changing course, in the aftermath of the GFC, neoliberal states tended to deploy increasing levels of repression to enforce policies of fiscal austerity, validated through discourses and practices of nationalism and racism, for in all cases, the goal was to make the poor pay for the crisis of NANS. In summary, neoliberalism was unable to resolve the crisis of accumulation after the GFC, and it continues to have no clear strategy to restore economic dynamism nor to improve the living conditions of the vast majority. Part 2. Neoliberalism and Democracy. Chapter 3. Political forms of neoliberalism. This chapter focuses on the political forms associated with neoliberalism. It shows that the transitions to neoliberalism followed different paths, but, by the 1990s, a specifically neoliberal form of democracy had become the political form of the system of accumulation. Examination of the key features, contradictions, and limitations of neoliberal democracy suggests the political paradox of neoliberalism, that the triumph of neoliberal democracy undermined democracy itself, and made the political system and the institutions of the neoliberal state unresponsive to the demands and expectations of large strata of the population. This limitation created political vulnerabilities that help explain the rise of authoritarianism after the GFC. Transitions to neoliberalism. Neoliberal experiences tend to go through three phases that are, inevitably, more logical than chronological and that depend on the country and region, and on economic, political, and historical circumstances. Despite the scope for variation, these phases can be divided by the East Asian crisis in the mid-1990s, and the GFC. The RST phase of neoliberalism invariably emerges in opposition to the previous system of accumulation. The transitions to neoliberalism always require aggressive interventions by the state in order to enforce economic shock therapy, promote the interests of private capital, foster the transnational integration of production and nance, contain labor and disorganize the left, with little regard for the social, economic, distributional, employment, balance of payments or any other consequences. This phase also requires the re-regulation of the economy along neoliberal lines and the construction of a new institutional framework underpinning the reproduction of the system of accumulation. Four longer-term developments tend to follow: an increase in the share of capital in national income at the expense of labor, the relative, if not absolute, impoverishment of the working class and their escalating indebtedness, the transformation of public policies and the reorganization of the state itself under market principles, and the shift of mainstream political parties towards neoliberalism, accompanied by the collapse of left-wing parties associated with socialism. The RST transitions to what would become recognized as neoliberalism took place in the military dictatorships in the southern cone of Latin America in the 1970s, especially in Chile, Uruguay, and Argentina. They were followed by transitions in formal democracies such as the UK and the USA. Neoliberalism was then imposed throughout Latin America and sub-Saharan Africa by structural adjustment programs, and across the Eastern Bloc by the transitions to capitalism. This RST phase of neoliberalism closed with the imposition of stabilization policies by the IMF in the wake of the East Asian crisis, in the mid-1990s, marking the transition in that region. The second phase of neoliberalism ran from the mid-1990s until the GFC. Politically, this period was associated with the so-called Third Way, under the leadership of centrist politicians like Bill Clinton, Tony Blair, and Gerhard Schroeder. This phase saw the stabilization of the new system of accumulation, the deepening and intensification of the nationalization of social reproduction, the consolidation of the social relations imposed in the previous phase, the institutionalization of the new modalities of international integration, and the introduction of typically neoliberal social policies to manage the dysfunctions, deprivations, and adverse social consequences of the transition, what would become known as neoliberalism with a human face. Finally, a limited form of democracy became established as the dominant political form of neoliberalism. The mature phase also saw the ideological stabilization of the system of accumulation. Neoliberalism evolved from being a fact on the ground into the common sense of the age, that is, the widespread acceptance that there is no alternative to neoliberalism. This was achieved in different ways, usually including the promotion by the state, private capital, and the mainstream media of a neoliberal subjectivity centered on individual freedom and initiative. This worldview was encapsulated in the notion of self-responsibility as the dominant form of ideology and rationality, which reasoned the relationships between individuals, the economy, society, and the state. Everyone was pushed to adopt an entrepreneurial mode of living, and social intercourse was increasingly subordinated to narrow economic criteria. Neoliberal ideology was destructive for working-class culture and agency, since it deprived citizens of their collective capacities, valued consumption above all else, placed the merit of success and the burden of failure on isolated individuals, and disabled collective agency by suggesting that the resolution of every social problem requires the further individualization, marketization, and nationalization of social intercourse. At that point, the space for traditional left political activity had become severely limited, both because the economy and the society had changed, and because most people either no longer believed in such left values as equality, solidarity, and distribution, or no longer believed that these aspirations were realistic. Building neoliberal democracies. The early transitions to neoliberalism were associated with authoritarian political regimes, especially terrorist dictatorships in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Turkey. They were followed by the rollout of neoliberal reforms by constitutional means in most AES, especially the UK and USA. Later transitions to neoliberalism tended to be coeval with political transitions to democracy, for example, in Brazil, South Africa, South Korea, and in Eastern Europe. Whatever the path of transition, by the 1990s what may be called neoliberal democracy had become established as the typical political form of the system of 32. Accumulation. By that time, most neoliberal countries were democratic, at least in the formal sense. Most non-democratic countries were not neoliberal, and most transitions to democracy, whether from military dictatorship, single-party rule, autocracy, or Soviet-style socialism, were articulated with transitions to neoliberalism. The neoliberal form of democracy is substantively different from the limited male-oriented democracies in the core countries before World War I, the Social Democratic Compact in the AES after World War II, or other democratic political forms that achieved prominence in the past. The neoliberal democracies are bounded in historically specific ways. Typically, they include constitutionalism, the rule of law, ideals of good governance, an individualistic conception of human rights, political pluralism, and the periodic election of political representatives via multi-party elections, as well as a market economy and an independent civil society. In these regimes, political community is understood in terms of nation-states constituted by the neoliberal neutral state, the neoliberal public sphere, and the neoliberal individual. This political model embodies an individualist, formally egalitarian, capitalist, meliorist and universalist conception of self and society, underpinning a procedural democracy that is functionally articulated with neoliberalism. The normal political process in neoliberal democracies tends to be limited to periodic calls to the ballot box to choose between competing shades of neoliberalism. For example, centrist Democrats versus mainstream Republicans in the USA, moderate Tories versus Blairite Labour in the UK, sensible Christian Democrats versus ultra-accommodating Social Democrats in Germany, center-left versus center-right in Austria, Canada, France, Italy, Sweden, and elsewhere, and so on, in what are, effectively, political pseudo-markets regulated by neoliberal ideology, an aggressive and plutocratic mainstream media and a rigid legal framework enforced by a nominally independent judiciary supportive of neoliberalism. In these countries, regular elections would lead to the alternation in power of political parties espousing marginally different versions of neoliberalism. These shifts would help to tune the system of accumulation, including its core processes of extending the law of value across every sphere of social reproduction under the hegemony of Nance, growing commercialization of social provision and community life, enhanced commodity fetishism, mounting economic inequalities, and penetration of the profit motive into new areas of social intercourse. Even though the offer to the voters of slightly different versions of neoliberalism is important, a more significant feature of neoliberal democracies is the separation between the economic and political domains of social life and the insulation of economic policy making from political interference by the majority, whether through elections or in any other way. In neoliberal democracies, despite the appearance of openness and accessibility, the substantive choices about social provision, the composition of output, the structure of employment and the distribution of income are subtracted from the realm of politics and transferred to technocratic institutions bounded by rigid rules, that are, nevertheless, implemented exably according to political determinations. Hence, public policy becomes determined primarily by bureaucratic processes, lobbying and internal institutional and other pressures, rather than being set by negotiations and compromises between representatives of competing social forces. This arrangement tends to exclude economic matters from political debate, curtail the accountability of the public institutions and entrench the supremacy of NANS in economic and social reproduction, drastically limiting the scope for democracy itself. The key economic institutions in neoliberal democracies are ministries of finance dominated by neoliberal policymakers, so-called independent central banks beholden to NANS and mandated to control a nation, as well as rescue feckless financial institutions, a nation targeting regimes primed to protect financial asset values, and treasury departments constrained by maximum sculdicit rules, except when it becomes necessary to provide unlimited resources to NANS. They are backed up by wholesale privatizations meant to curtail any potential levers for public unions over the allocation of resources and the pattern of growth, owning exchange rate regimes that compel governments to follow the whims of market traders, the legal autonomy of a wide range of public bodies, not least regulatory agencies captured by the corporations nominally under their control, and the use of referenda to bypass representative democracy, which appears to empower individuals at the expense of elite interests but, in reality, serves primarily to allow raw economic power to override legal, institutional, and other constraints to elite interests. At a further remove, economic and social policy were both imposed and monitored by lobbies, business associations, transnationalist financial institutions, treaties, and international organizations, and by the stock market and the 34. Mainstream media, whose self-serving opinions could shift asset values in dramatic ways. Their authority was underpinned by a nominally independent judicial system tasked with enforcing the jurisprudence that neoliberalism itself had imposed. In this way, neoliberalism imposed discipline upon key social agents, with the workers at the forefront, but these institutional structures also served to discipline capital, the state, and even NANS, with a growing intolerance to dissent. In the meantime, a barrage of propaganda promoted overconsumption, often funded by borrowing, as the essence of the good life, while the state itself signaled that class-based collectivities would no longer be recognized, and that cash-poor individuals were either failures or crooks, severely undermining what remained of social cohesion. Looking at neoliberal democracy from another angle, democratic states enjoy political legitimacy because they are seen to respect the rights of citizenship and the rule of law. Neoliberal governments have used their legitimacy to validate the transfer to NANS the allocative and connector solution functions of the state, and to facilitate the concentration of political, economic, and media power. At the same time, states have imposed reforms locking in the institutions of neoliberalism and making it difficult to shift the system of accumulation by constitutional means. Given the diffusion of neoliberal ideology, these regressive outcomes could be presented as effects of the universalization of democracy. In this way, political democracy helped to secure the legitimacy and institutional stability of neoliberalism and nationalization, as if they expressed the general good. As former Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan noted, the global economy requires capitalism's safety valve, democracy. The changes in social structures, institutions, and the law driven by the transition to neoliberalism, and the consolidation of neoliberal democracy along the lines described above, constrained all forms of opposition to neoliberalism. They also drastically limited the space for nominally democratic states to shape policy and negotiated solutions to the contradictions, conics, and crises in neoliberalism. At that point, there really was no alternative to neoliberalism. Ideological domination and institutional rigidity meant that no substantive economic policy choices were available, and there was no need to debate the material reproduction of society. The growing inability of neoliberal political systems to tackle contradictory demands and connecting interests shows that, even though they remain formally inclusionary, neoliberal democracies are fundamentally exclusionary at the levels of the economy and human freedom, and they are not geared to the protection of the interests of the weak. Rather, under neoliberalism, democracy is substantively hollow, and it serves primarily to legitimize the plunder of resources by the rich. As neoliberal democracy consolidates itself, a lethal dynamic is set in motion against social solidarity and basic equalities of status, condition, prospects, treatment, and protection, even though democracy depends on them. These degenerating outcomes were not merely due to the capture of neoliberal states by self-financial elites. Instead, the impermeability of the economic domain and the concentration of economic and political power also derive from the material structures of the system of accumulation and the imperative to secure international competitiveness according to the parameters set by global NANs. For example, the international integration of production and NANs inevitably constrains the policy space available to country governments, because globalist production requires international legal and policy harmony and a spiraling number of treaties that curtail the scope for variation in the modes of economic and social reproduction, with important political repercussions. Neoliberal democracy and the losers. It was shown above that the economic, technological, institutional, and legal changes under neoliberalism transformed the modes of labor and the patterns of reproduction of the working class. In brief, the working class under neoliberalism tends to be more segmented, atomized, and internationalist than ever before, with consequences for employment, education, culture, consumption and, at a further remove, forms of sociability and sense of collectivity based on shared material circumstances. Those material and ideological changes undermine the institutions of representation of the working class and their traditional forms of intervention in social life through political parties, trade unions, social movements, community organizations, clubs, and so on. These institutions and their rules, processes, demands and modes of struggle became increasingly detached from the lived experiences of the working class, and they gradually lost their social base and raison d'être. With the decline in the strength, 36, and credibility of these institutions, their members, supporters, and voters were turned away, which reduced their relevance still further, in a vicious circle. Over time, the political capacities of the working class under neoliberalism were severely weakened. In summary, as the working class and the wider group of economic losers were socially decomposed, they lost their cultural and ideological identity and it became harder to articulate their concerns, disappointments, fears, resentments, grievances, demands, and hopes. The losers became unprotected politically at the same time as the political system tended to become rigid in the neoliberal democracies. The signs were ominous. Around the world, center-left and center-right parties hemorrhaged members and voters, and electoral turnout ebbed. As the main political parties converged around neoliberal policies, the disempowerment of the losers morphed into disenfranchisement, fueling a crisis of representation and sapping the neoliberal claim of freedom of choice in the political domain. In these strained circumstances, the alienation and anger of the losers ended up, paradoxically, feeding individualism and reinforcing neoliberalism. At the same time, neoliberal discourses became the common sense of the age, that is, widely accepted and unquestioned, because they took the mantle of obvious and unmediated reactions of reality. They were endlessly relayed by a mainstream media that claimed for itself the double role of being the only legitimate channel of representation of the public, and the judge of the collective interest. Over time, social problems and contradictions tended to be interpreted through a prism combining a neoliberal form of common sense with elementary neoclassical economics, which turned collective conics into casual disputes between honest and dishonest people. This suggested that societies were not divided along the lines of class or even race or nation but, rather, between good people and bad people, with the latter creating trouble either because of their crooked nature, or because of their rational choices given the incentives created by public policy. This moral universe includes rivalries and ethical conics, but it lacks systemic relations of exploitation and structures of reproduction of inequality. In essence, our group of honest insiders is surrounded by a swarm of predatory outsiders, and our values of honesty, self-reliance and hard work are being undermined by corrupt politicians, swindlers wrongly claiming benefits, criminals robbing our property, immigrants crowding us out of our houses and hospitals, and distant countries stealing our jobs. At a further remove, a bloated, costly, inefficient and corrupt state has granted undue privileges to an endless procession of opportunistic interlopers claiming different forms of victimhood. They include the undeserving poor, women, pullulating minorities claiming compensation for their disadvantages, assorted ethnic groups, immigrants, refugees, and many other outsiders seeking to embezzle our just rewards and claw their way into respectability at the expense of our traditional roles. Their agenda is unjustifiably accommodated by politically correct liberal states, at the expense of justice, tradition, culture, and the national interest. It seemed that, under neoliberalism, each person was out for themselves except for the perception that minority groups were either being given by the state, or were taken by dishonest means, what did not rightfully belong to them. In other words, the losers can recognize the damage inflicted by neoliberalism and distrust its dysfunctionality, but they are led by politicians, right-wing forces, and the media to blame groups at the bottom of society for their troubles. If there is a crisis of provision of health, education, or housing, it must be the fault of people even poorer than we are, who are taking what belongs to us. If there are crises of deindustrialization, unemployment, or descaling, it must be the fault of countries even poorer than we are, and so on. These misinterpretations of the impact of neoliberalism are grounded on the vulnerabilities of the losers due to the erosion of their sense of collectivity and scope for agency, and the closely related degradation of class cultures and political capacities under neoliberalism. One in these circumstances, instead of being channeled through the traditional institutions and modes of conflict resolution, mass frustration tended to be captured by, and expressed through, the right-wing media and far-right political organizations, movements, and governments. They have induced the losers to blame the other for the damages inflicted by neoliberalism, with the alleged victims being represented through cultural and religious hierarchies. Stereotypically, in the AES the losers are imagined as hard-working, morally upright, and ethnically privileged male-led blue-collar families, while the opportunistic winners are portrayed through cultural, religious, and racial stereotypes against the poor, women, immigrants, non-white peoples, poorer countries, minority religions, and so on, using images steeped in history. They require little explanation, a code word here and a wink there are enough. Everyone knows who is taking advantage of us, and how. 38. It was as if every frustration due to capitalism, neoliberalism, nationalization, globalization and imperialism could be explained by the misbehavior, dishonesty and corruption of scheming others, aided and abetted by an unfriendly state. These challenges and the litany of woes presumably imposed upon the losers concealed the contradictions, inequalities, and forms of exploitation under neoliberalism in a fog of scandalous headlines. In the meantime, the fictions of the losers were ignored, and they were derided by the media and the institutions of the neoliberal state. Everything seemed to be upside down, with the undeserving persistently cutting in front of the morally upright, in sharp contrast with the misty olden days when people of good character, strong discipline, and sharing our values could count on steady employment, rising incomes, promotion prospects, generous pensions and, most importantly, social recognition and self-respect. These advantages evaporated under neoliberalism, and the losers were left behind. Following the individualistic and ethical lines described above, the perceived malfunctioning of the state and the distortions and perversities of public policy were, inevitably, ascribed to the corruption of the politicians, who appeared to be there only for the taking. This was not unreasonable, since neoliberalism engenders specific forms of corruption. In particular, as the policy-making capacity of the state was disabled, money was anointed as the sole measure of success, the commercialization of social intercourse became a mantra, and revolving doors were put in place between politics, the civil service, unelected advisors, business, finance and the media. In the meantime, the neoliberal capture of the judiciary, the depletion of the political sphere and the demobilization of the electorate facilitated all manner of electoral irregularities and chicanery, for example, voter suppression, breaches of electoral spending limits, judicial interference in processes and results, and outright fraud. Ultimately, a pay-to-play political system allowed moneyed and corporate interests to buy politicians and elections, accelerating the demoralization of democracy both ideologically and in practice. While corruption is perceived to undermine the economic system from above, the feckless poor and the immigrants corrode it from below, and foreign countries attack it from outside. As the systemic shortcomings of neoliberalism are dislocated towards individual and country-level dishonesty, the failings of the system of accumulation are concealed. It seems that all would be well if the political system is clean and no one cheats on their bonnets. These polarizing logics have fueled the individualization of life under neoliberalism, and pushed political narratives towards the cultural register at the expense of economics. The ensuing nationalist, xenophobic, and populist politics obscures the class dynamics of neoliberalism, with debates ignoring economic strategy and distribution, and being taken over by culture, religion, nationalism, and racism. In other words, the depoliticizing of economics leads to the politicizing of everything else. Captured between these pincers, the demands of the workers and the losers drifted towards claims for the restoration of privileges, wrapped in a moral discourse stressing commonsensical ideas of justice, individual merit, level playing fields, traditional rights, respect and the imperative of honesty in public life. This type of politics is destructive of progressive forms of collective identity. It also gravitates towards the right, since it focuses on pleas for incorporation within the existing system of accumulation, respect for its rules, and revulsion at violations of the dominant order. These processes are neatly expressed in the convergence of forces against corruption, which is the only legitimate form of mass mobilization within neoliberalism, and in support of nationalism as the only permissible form of collective identity, even as it slides into racism. Nationalism and racism, drawing upon superficially shared identities, values, morals, and background, and predicated upon the exclusion of the other, offer the losers a commonsensical framework to articulate their experiences in concert with the dominant ideology and the lurid narratives found in the mainstream media. Nationalism and racism also allow the losers to reaffirm their self-worth, innate virtues and presumed links with the privileged, which neoliberalism routinely denies, and to recreate a sense of collectivity that was destroyed in other spheres of life. The losers are, then, offered an opportunity to respond to real injuries, address their perceived victimization by outsiders aided and abetted by a disordered state, and a way to gain something after years of abuse by undeserving others. 40. The political paradox of neoliberalism. The consolidation of neoliberal democracy, between the early 1980s and the mid-2000s, buttressed the system of accumulation and reduced the space for opposition. It also created forces undermining the ideological legitimacy of neoliberalism and fostering mass alienation from its political reproduction. It was shown above that neoliberalism degraded the capacities of the state, hollowed out the structures of collective representation, reduced the scope for political negotiation and made public policy inexorably hostile to the majority. Inevitably, these processes fed apathy and anomie, corroded the legitimacy of democratic politics, and sapped the credibility of traditional parties, leaders, and institutions, both because of their obvious powerlessness, and because of perceptions of corruption in an increasingly commercialized public life. In turn, structural economic limitations implied that the material aspirations validated by the consumption-oriented cultures of neoliberalism could not be satisfied. These developments connected with the ideologies of neoliberalism. These ideologies are based on notions of individual rights, freedom of choice and the realization of ambitions, underpinned by the rollback of a state that grew detached from the experiences of the losers. In addition, it became increasingly obvious that neoliberalism is actually based on the state-driven enforcement of a nationalist mode of social reproduction, deep economic and social restructuring, imposition of an individualistic subjectivity, and repression of opposition. The corrosion of neoliberal politics was intensified by the airing of resentments and mutually incompatible demands for change, reacting the worsening position of large numbers of people in mature neoliberal societies, especially after the GFC. As they struggled to navigate these choppy waters, neoliberal states were compelled to deploy shifting and often contradictory combinations of political repression, fiscal austerity, demand-boosting policies, conciliatory gestures, propaganda, jingoism, and so on. States around the world have been experiencing spiraling crises of legitimacy that generate a bewildering and seemingly contradictory politics of crisis management that appears as schizophrenic in the literal sense of connecting or inconsistent elements. Given the disarticulation of the left, these volatile circumstances fostered the rise of anti-systemic forces attached to neoliberalism, but not committed to neoliberal democracy. Gradually, political life drifted towards what Crouch called a post-democratic condition, in which the institutions of democracy persist but they have been drained of vital energy and relevance. The political paradox of neoliberalism is that the institutionalization and generalization of neoliberal democracy undermine the foundations of democracy itself. Ultimately, this paradox was driven by the tensions inherent in the deployment of an inclusive political system to support an exclusionary system of accumulation. This contradiction led to the evacuation of the institutional structures of collectivity and representation, and rendered key aspects of life immune to democratic accountability. Chapter 4. The Crisis of Neoliberal Democracy. This chapter explores the limitations and crises of neoliberal democracy after the GFC. It shows that, given the political, institutional, and other fragilities of neoliberal democracy, the stresses caused by the most severe economic crisis since 1929 created deep fractures in society, that could not be healed easily. These tensions worsened with the decision of many AE governments to push for fiscal austerity. In this context, the long-standing limitations of neoliberal democracy created favorable conditions for the emergence of spectacular political leaders associated with an authoritarian and radicalized version of neoliberalism. Examination of the circumstances behind the rise of these leaders, and the constraints under which they operate, allows the identification of the paradox of authoritarianism, that is, the limitations of democracy spawn spectacular leaders but their rule is intrinsically unstable and it opens spaces for new forms of fascism. Neoliberalism after the GFC. The GFC marked the end of the second phase of neoliberalism and the start of the third phase, distinguished by the need to manage the consequences of the crisis in a context of erosion of legitimacy of neoliberalism. This erosion was due to the widespread realization that neoliberalism had foundered even in its own terms, it had failed to deliver rapid and stable accumulation, undermined democracy, concentrated income and wealth, imposed unpopular patterns of employment, and triggered an unprecedented economic catastrophe with astronomical costs. It also became evident that neoliberal political systems would tend to respond perversely to these challenges, by protecting nants and the rich, and, later, by socializing the costs and losses of doing so. In these circumstances, policies of fiscal austerity could be implemented only through the intensification of repression and the introduction of new forms of exclusion. The GFC was due to decades of neoliberal reforms and expanding inequalities. It unleashed destructive tendencies, starting with the loss of millions of jobs, homes, and businesses, followed by several years of fiscal austerity justified by the need to pay for the policies that had salvaged nants at the expense of everything else. Coming on top of the crisis itself, austerity had devastating implications for the losers, the workers as a whole and the public sector, since it brought real wage losses, welfare cuts, new waves of social engineering, further dismantling of state capacities, and another round of destruction of sociability. The inability of neoliberal states to address the concerns of the losers in the wake of the GFC reinforced the perception of loss of efficacy and relevance of policies, practices, political parties, and leaders that were, previously, taken to be unassailable. In a brief interval, an entire cohort of prominent operators slipped into oblivion: Hillary Clinton, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Matteo Renzi, François Hollande, George Papandreou, and many others. The loss of control by the traditional political elites opened spaces for anti-systemic forces polarized by spectacular authoritarian nationalist leaders and a new generation of far-right movements. One in the background, the impression was already growing that solutions to felt problems must lie outside conventional politics, that they ought to be based on intransigent campaigns, and that political agency must lie in individual leaders operating outside the existing institutions of Representation. In the meantime, many traditional political parties, especially of the social democratic variety, split, shrunk or even imploded, for example, the French Socialist Party, numerous Italian parties of the center-left, the German Social Democratic Party and, perhaps most dramatically, the Greek Socialist Party PASOK, whose collapse generated the term PASOKification. While social democracy was diminished and even devoured, mainstream conservative parties showed greater resilience, partly because they are more closely identified with the dominant ideology, and partly because the right is better adapted at deploying misleading programs and hollow nationalist slogans to win elections. However, even these parties have been compelled to triangulate towards increasingly strident nationalist and exclusionary programs, while a new generation of far-right parties and neo-fascist movements threatens their core vote from the right. Given the earlier collapse of the far left, these processes have led to a sharp dislocation of the political spectrum towards the right. In this context, new leaders and movements, sometimes entirely new but, on occasion already lurking at the margins of politics, gained new appeal and plausibility, as they vouched to confront the neoliberal state, Nance, globalization, the elites, foreigners and so on, in order to support the losers and transfer the cost of the GFC towards Wall Street and the fat cats. However, when in power, their administrations would invariably deepen nationalization, impose more repressive forms of neoliberalism and seek to degrade democracy at every turn. The rise of a new generation of spectacular leaders is, then, one of the consequences of the hollowing out of the technocratic and exclusionary democracies that were typical of mature neoliberalism. The disintegration of neoliberal democracies became painfully obvious during the Eurozone crisis, when elected governments in the periphery were replaced by so-called non-party technocrats, to make sure that the policies decided in Berlin and Frankfurt would be implemented. Subsequently, an administration elected for its non-mainstream approach was forced to abandon its voters. The malaise eventually reached the core NATO countries when Brexit won the UK referendum on June 23, 2016 and, on November 9, Donald Trump was elected US President. In France, Marine Le Pen reached the second round of the presidential elections in 2017, which were won by Emmanuel Macron, an unconventional politician leading a new party aligned with neoliberalism. Nativist populism thrived in Austria, Switzerland, and Scandinavia. Across the eastern periphery of the EU, far-right politicians prospered on the basis of exclusionary, xenophobic, 46, and racist programs centered on attacking the weakest, especially after the refugee crisis in 2015. These were components of a wider process by which authoritarian governments were installed in several countries by fair means or foul, including more or less clean elections, abuses of constitutional prerogatives supported by the security forces, judicial parliamentary coups, and military coups, with escalating pressures on Nicaragua and Venezuela. Through their ingrained anti-leftist discourse and practice and senseless support for a zombie third-wayism past its sell-by date, liberals and some sections of social democracy have failed completely to comprehend the journey of the losers towards the right. Accompanied by much hand-wringing and incredulity, mainstream politicians and their pet academics have often reproached those who have lost out for their cognitive impairment, moral failure or both, while refusing to admit that those individuals and communities were responding, however perversely, to their lived experiences under neoliberalism, the impact of its economic and political crises, and the regressive changes under the new system of accumulation. After decades in which nominal working-class parties clearly represented capital more effectively than labor, workers around the globe have turned to nationalist populists. For all their proto-fascist tendencies, at least these leaders are able to successfully appeal to working-class interests, even if only in rhetoric. In the UK, for example, the liberal intelligentsia was shocked and incredulous at the Brexit result. Yet, as Winlow et al. Have documented, not so anyone with any recent first-hand experience of the old working class's precarious existence, hardening attitudes, festering sores and open wounds of those sections of British society that had suffered the worst effects of neoliberal restructuring, when you're plagued by debt, and when your job is insecure and poorly paid. If you don't know how you'll pay the rent next month, or how you'll afford to feed your family, optimism recedes and darker emotions come to the fore. The political crisis in neoliberalism and the rise of spectacular leaders is, then, neither an aberration nor a reversible abnormality due to stupidity. This is also not only about the election of Donald Trump, Brexit, the election of Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, or the rise of authoritarian neoliberal leaders elsewhere. As Achkar rightly put it, however significant Donald Trump's defeat in the latest U.S. presidential election was, his loss occurred not because of the disaffection of his supporters but despite a huge increase in their numbers at a time when, unlike 2016, there was no possible illusion about what Trump represents and, therefore, hardly any ambiguity in the sense of voting for him. At the global level likewise, there are presently no signs of neo-fascism waning. The continuing popularity of figures such as Jair Bolsonaro, Narendra Modi, or Viktor Orban does not portend any withering away of the far-right pandemic in the foreseeable future. The crisis of neoliberal democracy is the outcome of its success in the previous phase of neoliberalism, a byproduct of the failure of nationalization and the delegitimation of neoliberal ideologies, and a consequence of austerity, the intensification of repression, and the emergence of new forms of exclusion in the wake of the GFC. This is, then, a systemic crisis of great import for the system of accumulation, and it cannot be exceded through attempts to restore third-wayist neoliberal democracy. That ship sailed years ago. Authoritarian neoliberalism. The dominant political form in the third phase of neoliberalism is authoritarian neoliberalism, that is, the reproduction of a heavily nationalist neoliberalism by means of authoritarian rule, within a formal democratic shell. 2. This is a form of neoliberalism that partially breaks out of its democratic framework and foregrounds, instead, the despotic tendencies inherent to capitalism. The policies pursued by those authoritarian administrations have converged around repressive and racist forms of neoliberalism, justified by unwieldy combinations of national values, the imperative of austerity and the whims of the leader. 48. Authoritarian neoliberalism is neither an alternative to, nor a deviation from, neoliberal democracy, and it did not emerge through the forceful displacement of an older generation of respectable neoliberal democratic politicians by a horde of authoritarians who happen to be neoliberal. Despite the anti-systemic discourse of its supporters, the post-GFC authoritarian form of the system of accumulation is an offshoot of neoliberal democracy, that is, authoritarian neoliberalism derives from the contradictions in the successful restructuring of production, social reproduction, and the structures of representation under neoliberalism. Its purpose is to stabilize those neoliberal economies, societies, and political systems through coercive and repressive forms of rule, given the inability of neoliberalism to deliver broad-based economic prosperity. The repressive features of authoritarian neoliberalism are evident in the heavy-handed repression of dissent in most AES and widespread infringements of personal freedom, privacy, and the right to speech, and the relentless expansion of the prison-industrial military complex, with the USA at the forefront, accompanied by pervasive and often paramilitarized policing, intrusive surveillance systems, aggressive crowd control, heavy policing of ethnic minority communities and working-class youth, specious wars on drugs and terrorism, and de facto war on immigrants and refugees through border keeping and in other ways. These developments have been aptly characterized by Robinson as militarist accumulation or accumulation by repression. Yet, those authoritarian regimes generally remain attached to formally democratic practices, keeping in place regular elections and a semblance of political pluralism that both wreaks their limited powers and that helps to validate their rule and the inequitable policies bolstering neoliberal accumulation. Authoritarian neoliberalism is, then, an original phenomenon. It has not emerged to shield capitalism against the insurgency of the left or in a period of low international integration of production, as fascism did in the 1930s. Instead, This is the typical political form of post-GFC neoliberalism. It expresses the co-option of the disorganist fury of the losers in evacuated neoliberal democracies, and the deployment of a politics of resentment that divides society while, simultaneously, fostering forms of collectivity grounded on nationalist, racial, and religious discourses deemed by wide-ranging exclusion and discrimination. These regressive forms of mobilization are posited within and against a state that has lost legitimacy. 49. As the potential bearer of social cohesion or economic improvements. Invariably, authoritarian neoliberalism builds its legitimacy by attacking the weak, immigrants, refugees, the undeserving poor, the civil service, women, gays, and so on, under the guise of addressing corruption or undue privilege. Spectacular leaders. The spectacular leaders typical of authoritarian neoliberalism are almost always male. They invariably present themselves as being strong, they appear to talk honestly and appeal to common sense while, in fact, they are often rude, arrogant, self-promoting, and patronizing. They lie brazenly and compulsively, claim undeserved merits, deny evident truths, proclaim the non-existent facts and pour abuse on doubters, fact-checkers, holders of different views, scientists, and women. They are invariably short on humility, impervious to remorse and quick to claim that whatever they do is best in the world, even when it has failed miserably or even backward. They pick calculated GHTS with the media, which brings visibility even if under an unerring light, which, paradoxically, tends to consolidate the allegiance of their fans. These leaders often display symptoms of histrionic personality disorder if not psychopathy, and bear authoritarian ambitions to break and remake the state and the constitution. Spectacular leaders cultivate a politics of resentment through demagoguery. They claim a unique ability to get things done by force of will and, often, unmatched business acumen, and declare that they stand with the people against unresponsive elites which they pretend to reject despite their own typically privileged background, easy path towards power and prominence, and the political allegiance of those elites. Spectacular leaders also promise to deploy their strength of character and status as political outsiders to confront a never-ending array of enemies, the alien state, NANS, globalization, the elites, experts, entrenched interests, corrupt politicians, self-interested civil servants, captured institutions, foreigners, and so on, who allegedly attack our nation and hurt our hard-working, morally pure, and long-suffering people. In reality, however, they invariably operate in concert with the far right to attack the weak. While doing this, they push nationalist slogans and culture wars to 50. Confuse the ELD and secure the support of the losers, while directing attention from their inability to deliver material gains to them. Favorite targets include immigrants, Muslims, the left, foreign countries, and refugees. Despite their anti-systemic discourse, when they reach power, the authoritarian leaders invariably implement programs intensifying neoliberalism and nationalization, promoting their own personal power, and rendering ever more privileges to the neoliberal elite, while attacking all forms of opposition. Authoritarian neoliberalism is deceptive by nature. The spectacular leaders are not championing transformative economic, social, or political agendas aiming to break with the ancient order, struggling to free the nation from its oppressors, or promoting a more advanced form of capitalism, nor do they derive their power from an equilibrium of forces or the convergence of interests of antagonistic classes. Instead, they make their way into political power by means of clever ploys, expensive advertising, often based on social media, planned agitation, and brute force, invariably aiming to enforce a radical neoliberal program grounded on conservative politics, while using the state and the law to steamroll the opposition. This is not populism, Bonapartism, or fascism under neoliberal conditions. This is, instead, the politics of demagogues, conmen, and illusionists who have achieved power through the opportunistic exploitation of country-specific fractures in the neoliberal order. To their right, however, stand even more dangerous movements claiming to represent the losers in more consistent and aggressive ways. 3 planks are key to the political logic of authoritarian neoliberalism. First, the permanent reproduction of insecurity, tension, and turmoil. The social disorientation associated with wave after wave of economic restructuring, social fragmentation and negation of traditional values, ways of life and forms of belonging has created fertile ground for the rise of belligerent self-assertions, whether national, racial, ethnic, and/or religious, routinely enacted by hypermasculinity, misogyny and homophobia. These self-assertions can function as a form of consolation, whose affirmations are a balm for social despair. The far right has always 51. Been adept at mobilizing on the grounds of insecurity, despair, and alienation, in times of crisis, when the present is experienced as unsatisfactory and the future looks bleak. An idealized past can provide a sense of security and a beacon of hope. As was shown above, appeals to blood and nation can become the only form of collectivity, particularly when the systemic alternatives to capitalism have apparently collapsed. Second, a Schmittian focus on political community, centered on the people's identity, determined through the distinction between us and them, or between friends and enemies. This worldview directly implies the dehumanization of the other, construed either as external, such as migrants, asylum seekers, radical Islam, China, or the EU, or internal, in the case of ethnic minorities, the poor, single parents, people with disabilities, Antifa and the Black Lives Matter movement in the USA, lower castes in India, the darker-skinned and disproportionately impoverished population in Brazil, and so on. In all cases, this violently toxic mix of reactionary nationalism and racism pivots on the psychosocial mechanism of attributing to the other responsibility for the systemic crisis, and displacing onto them the fears and anxieties imposed by capitalism in general, and neoliberalism specifically. Third, the rise of spectacular leaders is intrinsically associated with a politics of deceit, since they must promise something that they not only cannot deliver, they actually intend to implement exactly the opposite of what they had promised. In doing this while reaffirming the innate virtues of their people, the leaders feed into a mysticism that supports their personality cult. The intellectual dregs of neoliberal society occur around these authoritarian leaders, cranks, conspiracy theorists, at-earthers, religious fanatics, ultra-libertarians, and all manner of racists and Nazis. These converging pressures have mainstreamed the far right. The response from the center-right and the center-left has been to insist on the virtues of triangulation, that is, their own passive accommodation to the wider trends. They have incorporated racially coded themes into their discourse, speak of getting tough on immigration, crime, and welfare dependence, and collaborate in the rollback of the non-market protections that had been secured by the left and the workers' movement in previous phases of capitalism. In doing this, they have delegitimized themselves as alternative forces, and validated the real thing, the overt undermining of democracy by authoritarianism, rather than its weakening. 52. By stealth, at the same time, the centrists have reaffirmed in practice their disbelief in alternatives to neoliberalism. In summary, the economic and political crises in neoliberalism have fostered the personalization of politics and the emergence of spectacular leaders untethered by stabilizing institutions such as political party structures, constitutional checks and balances, trade unions, social movements and the law. In this context, the transformation of authoritarian neoliberalism into a material force is, on the one hand, a byproduct of the failure of nationalization, the decay of neoliberal democracy and the delegitimation of dominant ideologies and modes of representation of reality. On the other hand, it is a reaction of the increasingly desperate search by the losers for ways to short-circuit a political system that is unquestionably jammed, and to secure gains for people who have grown tired of feeling unfairly disadvantaged and losing out to undeserving others. The paradox of authoritarianism. The rising tide of authoritarian neoliberalism today is symptomatic of three processes. First, the prolonged slowdown, crisis, and stumbling recovery of restructured neoliberal economies, that would eventually slide into an unprecedented depression with the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, the decomposition of the institutions of representation under mature neoliberalism and the crisis of formally democratic political systems. They followed the GFC and were, in turn, followed by fiscal austerity in several countries. Third, the hijacking of mass discontent by the far right, fronted by a new breed of spectacular politicians committed both to their own self-referential power and to the intensive reproduction of neoliberalism. Given these structural roots, authoritarian neoliberalism cannot be viewed as a transitory blip which, after its inevitable failure and as voters come to terms with their mistakes, must lead to the restoration of normal neoliberal politics under the traditional elites, nor is authoritarianism a marker of the end of neoliberalism, despite the heated affirmations of the spectacular leaders and their supporters. Instead, the rise of Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, Boris Johnson, Donald Trump, Emmanuel Macron, Jair Bolsonaro, Narendra Modi, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Rodrigo Duterte, Viktor Orban and other leaders signals both a political crisis in neoliberalism, and the emergence of a new political normal after the GFC. 53. It was shown above that, under authoritarian neoliberalism, mass frustration is not channeled primarily through the traditional institutions of representation, from trade unions to political parties, a diverse mainstream media or the judiciary. Instead, it has tended to be captured by, and expressed through, an oligarchic, vitriolic and increasingly right-wing media, various social media outlets, and far-right political organizations, movements, and leaders. They have induced the losers to blame the other for the damages inflicted by neoliberalism, with the alleged victims and the suggested perpetrators being deemed, more or less explicitly, through cultural and religious hierarchies and pre-existing racial categories grounded in history. The paradox of authoritarianism is that the economic and political crises of neoliberalism foster the personalization of politics and the rise of spectacular leaders committed to a radical version of neoliberalism and to their own personal power. They promote globalization and nationalization while appearing to build national alternatives to them, attack all forms of opposition, and relentlessly transfer power and resources to the fractions of the elite that already support them. These policy agendas inevitably harm their political base, making the authoritarian neoliberal regimes fundamentally unstable. Society is increasingly divided, wages tend to decline, taxes become more and more regressive, social protections are eroded, economies become more unbalanced, and poverty grows. Mass frustration intensifies, feeding an unfocused discontent which the leaders navigate by promoting a bitter politics of resentment and triggering new conflicts that may or may not be contained by the weakened institutions of neoliberal democracy. But since the leaders cannot resolve actual problems, and given their attachment to neoliberalism, they cannot escape from a dynamics of escalation or their popularity suffers. They find refuge in performance, division, and bombastic statements. As the political environment becomes toxic, more and more spaces are opened for the far right. 3. This suggests that the best way to confront authoritarianism and fascism is by transcending neoliberalism in a progressive direction. Part 3. A pandemic with neoliberal characteristics. Chapter 5. A neoliberal health crisis. Pandemics are socially and historically specific. They impact upon individuals through the collectivities in which they live, travel, work and entertainment. Correspondingly, pandemics must be tackled by societies at specific places and moments in time. The analysis of their course and the appropriate lessons must be similarly contextualized. In the case of COVID-19, the health crisis did not simply stem from the chance arrival of a novel pathogen among humans not previously exposed to it. There is no such thing as a general pandemic hitting an abstract population. Instead, the course of the pandemic derived from the features of the virus in conjunction with the social, economic, and political circumstances in which it spread and mutated. These circumstances include the prevailing system of accumulation and the ensuing inequalities, divisions, stresses and crises, the dominant political systems and the economic, industrial, scientific, technological, and institutional capacities available, the policy responses of different levels of government, from local administrations to international organizations, national myths and ideologies, and other variables. This chapter examines the relationship between neoliberalism and the pandemic, in order to review the impact of COVID-19 on the economy, politics, ideology, and social life. It examines the spread of the pandemic, its implications for distinct groups and communities, and the policies adopted to address it. In view of these relationships, it is argued that this is a pandemic with neoliberal characteristics. Neoliberalism and the pandemic. In every pandemic, some privileged individuals may seek shelter by subtracting themselves from social intercourse, perhaps following the fortunate characters in Giovanni Boccaccio's Decameron, or the young Isaac Newton. This type of response cannot be generalist. Human societies are integrated wholes rather than casual aggregations of individuals. They cannot be disassembled for safekeeping and put back together again once the danger has passed. It follows that pandemics can be more insightfully understood from the point of view of their impact on the collective. By the same token, pandemics are best addressed by organized collectivities, especially through the deployment of state power to control the circulation of people, goods, services, and ideas, regulate economic, social, and cultural production, and provide health and other public services. This chapter makes 4 claims. First, the coronavirus came at a perilous juncture for global neoliberalism, as the world economy was already sliding into a storm of economic, financial, political, social, environmental, water and food crises. The virus arrived after 4 decades of neoliberalism had depleted state capacities, including in healthcare. In pursuit of the superior efficiency of the market, one fostered deindustrialization through the globalist restructuring of production, and built fragile financial structures secured by magical thinking and state guarantees, all in pursuit of short-term profitability. In the short term, the global economy was under severe stress because of persistent exchange rate misalignments between large economies, the US trade war against China, US-led aggression against Iran, catastrophic instability in the Middle East and North Africa, economic disasters across Latin America, and so on. COVID-19 exposed these fault lines, and countries buckled on impact in very different ways. Second, the pandemic had a hothousing effect. It accelerated and intensified developments and crisis tendencies that were already unfolding. In particular, the world economy had been decelerating, and may even have become trapped in a great stagnation after the GFC. With the pandemic, it was overwhelmed by the sharpest contraction in the history of capitalism. Further, neoliberal economies had witnessed an unprecedented accumulation of debt since 2008. Under the stresses of the pandemic, governments engaged in the largest debt accumulation since World War II, making the 2008 frenzy pale into insignificance. Authoritarian governments were already encroaching upon degenerating neoliberal democracies. Now these governments seized unprecedented powers to control their populations, capture personal data, monitor communications, restrict movements, and subsidize selected enterprises under the pretext of public safety. Labor flexibility had been increasing since the transitions to neoliberalism. With the pandemic, organized labor markets were badly weakened and even more protections were removed, especially for workers who were already precarious. There is no indication that these losses will be reversed spontaneously once the pandemic has passed. Third, the sudden disintegration of the global economy showed that the largest, wealthiest, most globalist and uncompromising neoliberal AES, the USA and the UK, were unable to produce enough face masks, PPE and ventilators. These insufficiencies were caused not only by misfortune, lack of productive capacity, changing technologies, or China's trade and industrial policies. They were outcomes of the neoliberal policies implemented over many years. From universities to medical labs to manufacturing capacity to speculative financial systems, to disarticulated labor markets, to adverse distributional outcomes, neoliberal states systematically fragmented and dismantled a wide range of systems of provision, as individual RMS scrambled for short-term profits however they could be found. The ensuing shortcomings were exacerbated by the destruction of state capacities and, during the pandemic, by the disinclination of neoliberal governments to mobilize industry, labor, and private capital for a common purpose. This debacle culminated in unseemly commotions and punch-ups as the neoliberal worship of consumption dissolved into empty supermarket shelves, scrambles for hand sanitizer, pasta and sardines, and STGHTs for toilet paper in some of the richest countries on earth. This was followed by turmoil as Chinese antivirals, PPE, and ventilators were disputed all over the world. Fourth, the trajectory of the pandemic can be largely explained by the structures and processes of accumulation under global neoliberalism. The illness was detected in the fast-growing manufacturing hub of the world, in south-central China, and it tended to spread along 62 pathways, the commercial routes laid out by globalist production, that produced early ash points in East Asia, Iran, and northern Italy, and the international circulation of high-income individuals, especially holidaymakers meeting at ski resorts in Austria and northern Italy, who spread COVID-19 to many countries. 3. Many of the vulnerabilities, routes of transmission and consequences outlined above derive directly from capitalism as a mode of production, others were either created or exacerbated by neoliberalism as a system of accumulation. In turn, the consequences of the pandemic highlighted potential pathways to overcome neoliberalism. 4. Denialism and herd immunity. Considerable time was spent in early 2020, especially in those countries with authoritarian neoliberal administrations, the USA, the UK, India, and Brazil, as well as in Sweden, a wealthy, militarist and highly individualistic society with government attempts to impose a pandemic strategy based on herd immunity. This is the idea that, since the COVID-19 fatality rate was presumably low and concentrated among the non-workers, the coronavirus should be allowed to spread largely unimpeded, like the EU does every year. It was hoped that this light-touch strategy would give the young, healthy, and productive members of society immunity at the lowest cost and with minimal economic disruption. 5. The notion of herd immunity was transplanted from the management of farm animals into debates about the coronavirus in the expectation that it would provide an alternative to lockdowns. Although it was recognized that lockdowns would minimize the loss of life, they would hurt profits as well as, perhaps more alarmingly for die-hard neoliberals, demonstrating that states can play a constructive role in social life. In a matter of days, a panicky West was gripped by debates about the presumed trade-off between health and the economy, fronted by the logarithmic quad of US President Donald Trump, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro, each backed up by their supporters in the media, business, the middle class, fringe libertarian groups, militias, and religious leaders, whose revenues depend heavily on the presence of the faithful. The proponents of herd immunity tried to justify the dereliction of the paramount duty of the state, the protection of life, by appealing to the prohibitive costs of doing anything, their commitment to personal freedom, and the argument that, since democratic societies could not possibly impose rigorous lockdowns, they might as well not do anything much and, one day, the pandemic would go away like a miracle. 6. The pressure for herd immunity was evidently driven by avarice, wishful thinking, political misjudgment, irrational attachment to neoliberal ideology and a callous disregard for the lives of the old and those with fragile health or special needs who, from the point of view of the neoliberals in charge, were merely a dead weight on the scale. The polemic also served as a smokescreen to cover up administrative delays and earlier policy failures. Those exchanges also brought to light a mass of supporters of herd immunity, who had considered the odds and decided to accept that brutal policy. Their views can be explained, in part, by naked greed and short-termism but, also, by the degradation of the welfare state and the widening social and economic inequalities under neoliberalism. They made it impossible for many workers and small business people to stop earning an income even for short periods of time, regardless of the risks to their own lives and the lives of their loved ones. Many concluded that a lockdown would be economically disastrous and, in this light, accepted the hazard of COVID-19, and demanded their right to work, in a tactical alliance with business people who wanted their employees to risk their lives for the privilege of enriching them. In other words, arguments for herd immunity did not merely wreak the short-term interests of capital, that understandably wanted workers to carry on producing products regardless of cost in terms of lives lost. Herd immunity also wreaked at the economic imperatives weighing upon working people, especially the poorest, most marginalized and most precariously employed, and all those who live one paycheck away from poverty, even in the AES. Analysis of these material imperatives suggests that the need to choose between lockdowns or herd immunity was not imposed by the pandemic itself. Instead, this dilemma was due to earlier political decisions. Specifically, once states dismantle safety nets and choose other priorities at the expense of protecting the public, they create an otherwise avoidable dilemma between health and the economy, with desperate masses of people lining up to support both positions and neither of them being entirely right or wrong. 64. The debates about herd immunity wasted time that could have been spent suppressing the coronavirus. Eventually, the evidence of success in China, New Zealand, Singapore, Vietnam, and elsewhere, and mass pressures, especially from the middle classes and urban professionals with regular service sector jobs, forced even the most reluctant governments to impose movement restrictions, social distancing, mask use and, in many cases, lockdowns. However, the reluctant governments generally did so as late as possible and only grudgingly and partially, while also undermining their own policies with mixed messages, convoluted rules riddled with nonsensical exceptions, topped up with incompetent implementation and premature reversals to normality. 7. This would ensure that the coronavirus would spread in wave after wave of death, that would be interrupted only by mass vaccination. In some cases, health protection duties were devolved to lower levels of administration which, nevertheless, remained under-resourced, ensuring that little could be done. In the reluctant countries, testing and tracing for COVID-19 also tended to be haphazard, and health service staff were often left to cope with unmanageable workloads without adequate PPE, daily brushes with death gallantly accepted in the name of professionalism. Dramatic pictures circulated showing nurses and doctors in wealthy countries treating desperately ill patients while wearing improvised masks and aprons made of refuse bags, because of the irresponsibility of politicians and the built-in limitations of neoliberal states. This approach to the pandemic would lead to thousands of deaths, proving that those neoliberal governments had never really abandoned their preference for herd immunity, they had merely shifted to its implementation by stealth. 8. It is unquestionable that social distancing, masks, and lockdown saved millions of lives around the world. Given the lack of immunity of the population, the severity of the illness, the high rate of spread of the virus, the limited capacity of the world's health systems, and the absence of effective treatments or vaccines until 2021, it was always obvious that mask use and different forms of social distancing, including lockdowns, were the best health policy measures available. Since their effectiveness could not be denied through logical argument, the case for herd immunity tended to be hijacked by rowdy politicians, selfish business people, science denialists, conspiracy theorists, 9 ultra-individualists, at-earthers, Nazi militias and religious madmen. Sometimes, they would appeal to God's will, sometimes to tradition or to our cherished freedoms and, while denying the severity of the pandemic, many also pushed quack cures, regardless of contradiction. The neoliberal governments wheeled their chosen medical experts into these debates. They were tasked with praising their master's covenant with freedom, hailing the resilience of the country's health system, reminding the audience of the inevitability of death, and solemnly swearing that freedom-loving societies could not possibly contemplate a lockdown. Those scientists surrendered their integrity to plead for the protection of prots at the expense of life. By mid-March 2020 the virus had already spread so widely that a global calamity was inevitable, even though masks and lockdowns could still limit contagion and protect health systems from collapse. This had negative implications for the countries that had adopted a suppression strategy, since the never-ending risk of contamination seeping in from abroad forced the successful countries to keep their borders closed indefinitely. Conversely, as Brazil, France, Germany, Israel, Italy, the UK, the USA and other countries would discover, once the virus has taken root, any relaxation of the health measures in order to restart economic activity brought a spiraling number of cases and mounting casualties, creating the need further standstills. Several governments found themselves paralyzed by this dilemma and were unable to implement neither successful economic policies nor effective health policies. If instead the virus suppression policies enforced by several Asian countries had been followed more widely, the pandemic could have been avoided, millions of lives would have been saved, and the world economy would have been spared incalculable costs. To put it differently, the assumption of a trade-off between economic costs and number of deaths delayed decision-making and led to worse outcomes on both counts. The alternative of acting early and decisively against the virus could have addressed both challenges at the same time, with better outcomes and lower costs for all countries. However, the approach to the pandemic in several authoritarian neoliberal countries led them to the worst of both worlds, countless unnecessary deaths as well as staggering economic losses, since the economy would not function normally during the pandemic. It was abundantly proven that aggressive policies of elimination of the virus work best, while herd 66. Immunity was worse than unworkable, it was criminal. Inequalities and the pandemic. The social consequences of the pandemic were jointly determined by the human vulnerability to the virus, public policies, and the prevailing patterns of difference and inequality. It was soon found that COVID-19 tended to hit distinct social groups in distinct ways, which invariably penalized the weak disproportionately. Even in the same country, region, or city, outcomes tended to vary depending not only on age, but also income, wealth, employment, ancestry, ethnicity, gender, refugee status, comorbidities, special needs, and vulnerabilities, exposure to pollution and other triggers of ill health, and ability to protect oneself from health-related hazards. These social fractures and differences offered gaps through which the coronavirus pushed its way into society. Remarkably, as soon as the pandemic hit, many of the super-rich folklorically moved into their yachts and sailed away for a sublime experience of isolation. The merely rich tended to to their second homes at the beach, the countryside, or the mountains. The middle classes found themselves working from home in the company of overexcited children, while the poor, already having worse health, on average, than the privileged, either lost their earnings entirely or had to risk their lives daily to perform much praised but invariably low-paid essential work as nurses, care workers, porters, bus drivers, shopkeepers, builders, supermarket workers, sanitation officers, delivery workers and so on, while their families were locked up in cramped accommodation. Since they were, effectively, treated as being expendable, it is not surprising that the poor, disabled, ethnic minorities and other disadvantaged groups were dramatically overrepresented in the death statistics. 10. The class and racial impact of the pandemic overlapped with its gender implications, as women tend to crowd the lower and more precarious rungs of the labor market, cluster in the caring professions, take primary responsibility for their households and the well-being of elderly parents and children, and suffer more heavily from loneliness and the burdens of housework. 11. They also became more vulnerable to violence, abuse, and neglect at home, as they were often trapped with the perpetrators during the lockdowns. Adding insult to injury, some governments, especially in Eastern Europe, used emergency COVID-19 legislation to impose new restrictions to contraception and abortion services. 12. In these and other ways the pandemic worsened the inequalities that already existed under neoliberalism, with detrimental implications for democracy. Chapter 6. Post-pandemic realities. This chapter reviews the impact of COVID-19 across the economy, politics, and the dominant ideologies. The economic contraction caused by the pandemic was the most severe since the dawn of capitalism. The speed of the collapse was stunning, and it led most governments to draw up emergency plans that, at least initially, were based on the experience with the GFC. However, it rapidly became clear that this was much bigger and it had wider implications. The economic policy measures adapted accordingly and, in different ways, all countries managed to contain the disaster. The pandemic had more subtle but equally corrosive implications for the political systems and ideologies of neoliberalism, for example, strengthening some leaders and weakening others. Just as interestingly, examination of the ideological implications of the pandemic shows important fault lines in neoliberal thought and practices. Economic policies after the shock. The degenerating economic and political dynamics examined in previous chapters was overwhelmed by COVID-19. The arrival of the pandemic triggered a major economic contraction. To paraphrase the Communist Manifesto, all that was solid suddenly melted into air, production tumbled as workers became sick or were frightened of getting sick, or because cities, regions, or countries went into lockdown. Globalization went into reverse in a disorderly manner as transnational supply chains faltered and hard borders returned, at least for people, whose movements became almost impossible. Trade was also affected as some nations imposed export controls on health equipment, PPE, and vaccines, while NANS was not directly constrained at all. The impact of countless disruptions would undermine centrally important systems of provision, example those centered in the auto, aerospace, and electronics industries. As the world's largest economies imploded, a long line of companies rushed to their respective governments to beg for a bailout, starting with the banks always fastest at everything that matters, followed by the railways, airlines, airports, the tourism sector, charities, food and entertainment, education, retail, construction, and so on, with the precise sectoral composition and speed of collapse depending on country and circumstances. They were successful only unevenly. For example, large capital and NANS were immediately sheltered, while many small capitals would be crushed by their running costs, lack of demand and the loss of credit. Tens of millions of jobs vanished in a matter of days, while millions of businesses lost their employees, customers, suppliers, and credit lines, and countless precarious and self-employed workers, a typical form of employment under neoliberalism, lost everything in an instant. In contrast, logistics, deliveries, communications, social media, and other sectors boomed, mostly to the benefit of large capitals. This structural readjustment of the economy led stock markets to nosedive and, subsequently, shoot up, pulled by the rescued industries and the new leading sectors. The economic depression was accompanied by spiraling skulldicits that far exceeded the legal limits wherever they had been imposed in the previous phase of neoliberalism, demonstrating that those limits were purely arbitrary. At the same time, neoliberal discourses about the imperative of fiscal austerity and the limitations of public policy suddenly vanished as neoliberal governments, intransigent Austrians, and hardcore ideologues, shorn of principle or shame, scrambled into the lifeboat of a faux Keynesianism, as they invariably do when economies tank, and begged governments to do whatever was necessary to save private enterprise. Their screeching turnaround was impressed on the TV screens. 77. And splashed all over the mainstream media, with everyone that matters claiming that state intervention was imperative and that governments should be reproached only for what they had not yet done. It turns out that saving capitalism required the deployment of the state capacities that the ideologues of neoliberalism and their hired economists had, until recently, either denied on principle or rejected as being inefficient or unaffordable. It was admitted that, in an emergency, the state can create money from nothing and that it can save selected sectors, as long as they are deemed to be essential, which, by implication, was not the case for housing, health, social care, employment, and so on in better economic times. No doubt the traditional discourses will return when circumstances change and memories fade. At that point, the state will become bad again, and public services will be deemed ready for another round of culling. The fact that every policy rule could be suspended to address the pandemic suggests that those rules were never meant to be unconditional, but, if so, it remains unclear why they should be required in normal times, and who gets to decide what rules should be lifted, when, by what criteria, by how much, and for how long. So much for the neoliberal fetish about policy rules. The outcome was that, In many countries, the skull deficits in 2020 vastly exceeded anything ever recorded in peacetime, since the breakdown in economic activity led to a precipitous decline in tax revenues just as governments had to engage in massive skull stimulus and extraordinarily expansive monetary policies in order to salvage NANS, compensate selected sectors for their lost incomes and revenues, and stabilize aggregate demand. 1. At RST, many governments, especially the USA, UK, and the Eurozone, simply dusted off the economic policies implemented after the GFC, and restarted their program of subsidies to capital in general, and NANS in particular, through additional public spending and quantitative easing. However, these programs proved to be insufficient almost immediately. The economic disaster in 2020 was much more comprehensive than in 2008, the crisis was much bigger, and the bailouts would be much more costly and complex. In response, the main central banks escalated their response and started providing NANS directly to large companies. Essentially, the state started handing money to selected capitalists unconditionally. In order to disguise the unseemly spectacle of billionaires, often tax exiles, begging for subsidies from the same exchequer that they had previously evaded, several governments promised to support small businesses and the incomes of the workers as well. However, this was generally done as an afterthought, hesitantly, miserly, through their employers rather than directly and, often, for the instrumental reason of avoiding the implosion of businesses and aggregate demand, rather than to support everyone in an hour of need. These policies contradicted even the appearance of free markets. Implicitly, they also recognized the dysfunctions of nationalization. At a deeper level, the privatization of helicopter money revealed the enmeshing of the state into individual circuits of capital, as central banks arbitrarily closed these circuits and created private prots directly. In the meantime, NANS was allowed to focus on the enrichment of itself. 2. Aside from the size of the shock and the channels of policy, there are two striking differences between the GFC and the pandemic-induced crisis in 2020. First is their origin. While the former derived from financial speculation attached to U.S. subprime mortgages, the latter was bound to trade oes and the circulation of goods and people. In this sense, while the GFC showed the limits of neoliberal nationalization, the corona crisis highlighted the limits of globalization. Second is that the GFC led to immediate losses to NANS. In contrast, given its origins in the real economy and the adoption of NANS-friendly policies in response, the pandemic triggered a stock market boom that boosted the wealth of the rich, a shocking process of state-sponsored financial engorgement, free from windfall taxes or any form of shared sacrifice. The pandemic shattered the residual coherence of the economic policy framework in most neoliberal countries. Experience since the transitions to neoliberalism and, even more clearly, since the GFC had already shown that neoliberalism limits policy space and is incompatible with democracy. In turn, the pandemic tore the connection between neoliberal policies and skull austerity, that was both a symbol and a key tool of enforcement of neoliberalism itself. Like while Coyote, neoliberalism was shown to be running on air, especially in the AES, in the fervent hope that the unprecedented skull impulse would allow the economy to cross the chasm of the pandemic and end solid ground on the other side. Once there, with the economy safely recovering, a new round of austerity would become possible, overtly seeking to return to the pre-COVID-19 skull position, even though there is no reason to do this. Instead, skull austerity would serve, once again, to give credibility to neoliberalism and as a disciplinary device enforcing social order through the pain of deprivation and scarcity, aiming to push the poor to keep producing riches for the wealthy without complaint. This is unlikely to work as intended. First, even a decade of post-GFC skull austerity had not managed to return most economies to the status quo ante. Second, after decades of neoliberalism, the Western economies had already reaped all the low-hanging fruit, and further welfare cuts would likely require brutal repression, potentially rupturing the social fabric, exhausting the institutions of democracy, and fatally undermining the legitimacy of the government. Third, while many economies accumulated large debts during World War II, those debts were paid off in the following decades because of rapid economic growth and moderate inflation. These conditions no longer apply, and it is difficult to see how mountainous amounts of public debt can decline in stagnant economies operating with zero inflation. Finally, the ideology of austerity has been demoralized, and the obvious fact that the billionaires have gained hugely during the pandemic makes it difficult to explain why the losers should sacrifice themselves again for the betterment of the privileged. This points to the possibility of a long period of crisis politics with unpredictable implications. These grave circumstances, and the bubbling political instability in the background, can help to explain the expansionary policy choices of U.S. President Joe Biden, even if similar choices may not be either viable or acceptable elsewhere. In the meantime, it is likely that capitalism will continue to experience severe Nance-driven crises without much hope of prosperity between them. Even in the short term, the descent into the corona crisis was accompanied by promises of a rapid V-shaped recovery, in which the economy would bottom out because of the pandemic and the lockdowns, but it would just as surely bounce back since the workers, capital stock, markets, financial structures, know-how and so on were readily available. This was always unlikely. The crisis disorganized global supply chains, destroyed markets, ruptured credit lines, undermined expectations and investments and destabilized the labor markets, with severe implications for consumption and savings. Capitalist economies would recover from the shock, but neither easily nor rapidly. 80. The myth of a V-shaped recovery was soon replaced by the suggestion of a U-shaped trajectory, in which the economy bounces back fully, but only after a lag. This was also incredible, because of the destruction of capital stock in the bottom part of the cycle, and the need for a significant uplift in expectations in order to unleash a new cycle of investment and growth. The next wave of optimism centered on the notion of a double U-shaped trajectory, in which the economy would be gripped by a second downturn, for example, because of successive pandemic waves. This approach simply assumes that the economy must recover fully in a reasonable time, but there is no reason for this to happen given the collapse in demand, the structural economic changes following from the pandemic, and the likely pressures to stabilize the fiscal and monetary policy variables as soon as possible. In the end, there was no bounce back between the pandemic waves. Two possibilities emerged subsequently: a pessimistic L-shaped trajectory, in which the economy bottoms out and becomes stuck in stagnation for many years, and a K-shaped recovery by which, after the pandemic, some sectors prosper, while others continue to descend. These increasingly pessimistic scenarios suggested that capitalism was running out of ideas and energy to implement even the old ones. The most significant policy innovation in this context is the Biden plan in the USA, which, if taken forward fully, could offer a temporary escape route. At the time of writing, though, this remains unclear. Finally, the pandemic is likely to bring about three long-term economic changes. First, the exible labor markets typical of neoliberalism tend to become even more exible, for example with workers, without alternatives, being dismissed and hired with worse contracts than they had before. Second, many industries, especially in the service sector, had to shift towards online work in a matter of days, rather than the years that this transition would normally have taken. This will inevitably lead to another round of restructuring involving severe devaluations of capital tied up in offices in city centers, as workers move to satellite locations or are pushed to work from home. In turn, new forms of tech-based discipline will be needed to control the home workers. Third, and closely related, collective spaces will tend to empty out, not only for reasons related to production, but also because of changes in consumption. In particular, as more work is performed from home, consumption will also tend to be dislocated to the domestic sphere, restructuring social reproduction and home life. These dislocations of capital accumulation towards the home sphere are unlikely to expand the autonomy of the workers. The tendency is, instead, for capital to colonize the last space under the control of the working class. First, the workers lost their workplace to capital as a consequence of the enclosures and their concentration in factories and offices in the wake of the Industrial Revolution. Subsequently, the workers lost the high streets to commercial capital as large-scale commodity production led to the reorganization of trade into large supermarkets and department stores. Then the workers lost the virtual space of the Internet, that was originally open, to gigantic monopolies, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Facebook, and the like. After the pandemic, those forces have taken over homes, work, and leisure time, moving to dominate the entire day rather than merely its working part, and taking over all spaces of social reproduction. 3. Politics and ideology. It was shown in previous sections that the economic implications of COVID-19 are bound to be both severe and long-running. The pandemic will also have subtle but potentially dramatic implications for democracy and the ideologies and political legitimacy of neoliberalism. In the context of the crises examined in Parts I and II, these developments could have calamitous implications for the system of accumulation. Even before COVID-19, many democracies were already operating under stress and, in some cases, open political systems had been bent out of shape by the onslaught of different forms of authoritarian neoliberalism. It emerged that those nations were also highly vulnerable to the pandemic, and several governments found themselves enveloped by a cataclysm that they were unable to address. In these countries, poor preparation, self-imposed weaknesses and vulnerabilities, policy incoherence, lack of institutional capacity, political reluctance, incompetence, and failures of the imagination blended into an extraordinary organizational and health chaos. The quartet of calamity offer especially vivid examples of devastation driven by authoritarian neoliberalism. It was shown above that, early on, some of the governments closely attached to authoritarian neoliberalism looked for excuses to avoid taking measures against the coronavirus, in line with their preference for herd immunity. The US and UK governments, in particular, made a case for passivity by referring to the impossibility of democracies suppressing the virus as effectively as authoritarian regimes could, because of their wide-ranging controls over the citizenry which were presumably more abhorrent to Western democrats than death itself. The political right also tended to decry lockdowns because they allegedly violated the right to free movement, although their concerns could be attributed to the wish to protect private property at the expense of the health of strangers. While the vast majority of the left pushed for strong measures to protect life regardless of economic cost, some groupuscules and academic mavericks denounced lockdowns as being both repressive and iniquitous. These approaches are indefensible from the point of view of the preservation of life. In particular, public health policies inevitably infringe upon civil liberties, but policies can be time-limited, tempered, focused tightly and subjected to democratic control, invalidating general claims about the encroachment of the state. In reality, however, authoritarian neoliberals were already in power. From the depths of tragedy, with deaths needlessly piling up, some governments spotted an opportunity to hoard additional powers, consolidate their rule by authoritarian means, and secure the country for neoliberalism. To do this, they blamed the health outcomes on the lack of public compliance, and claimed emergency powers to monitor the population, control movements and the provision of vital goods and services, suppress protests, intercept private communications with the excuse of cross-checking contacts and health status, and sought to impose assorted limitations on personal freedoms, sometimes deploying the military to secure these outcomes. In practice, the use of these powers and their rollback after the pandemic will depend on the strength of each interest group, with capital in general, and NANS in particular, enjoying an inbuilt advantage given their unquestionable hegemony over the neoliberal state. 83. The shameless power grab by authoritarian neoliberal administrations regardless of their own failure to deliver health care and protect the population damaged their credibility, especially in the UK and USA. Precisely the epic entrees of the loss of legitimacy of NANS in the wake of the GFC. Bereft of plausible claims to administrative competence and leaking mass support, those authoritarian governments clung to power by the fingertips of ideology, lies and an increasingly strident discourse which, it turned out, was insufficient to save Donald Trump. In the meantime, the horror unfolded outside, since the coronavirus remained impervious to bluster and posturing. The intensity of the tragedy and the policy fog allowed some governments to get away, at least temporarily, with promises of miracle cures, improvisations and endless policy reversals. As constitutional democracies suffered under the strain, the ideological anchors of neoliberalism were damaged at 4 levels. First, the pandemic showed that the neoliberal ideology of individualism, by which all social problems can be dissolved into individual responsibilities and personal calculations of pain and pleasure, was a fraud. For to the astonishment of staunch conservatives of many hues, it turns out that there is, after all, such a thing as society. It became evident that a pandemic is a social phenomenon that cannot be addressed by individuals, and that social problems must be tackled by a capable public sector, surely an unwelcome development after decades of carping, undermining, and dismantling the state by successive neoliberal administrations. Just as lone individuals cannot make their country safe from an epidemic or nurse themselves when they fall sick, only the state can contain the economic meltdown, save entire economic sectors, secure incomes when the economy seizes up, enforce lockdowns, resource the health service, fund the development of vaccines, and manage universal inoculations. Finally, the inhumanity of capitalism's profit imperative was unmasked through the overwhelming rejection of herd immunity, that would inevitably bring about millions of fatalities. Second, neoliberal untruths about the imperative of fiscal austerity, drawing upon false analogies between household budgets and government deficits, were proven to be wrong. The economic policies deployed after the GFC and, with much greater force, after the pandemic, showed that the state can create money from nothing, that is, in certain circumstances there is a magic money tree, and its fruits can save households, selected businesses, and entire sectors. 84. Third, the pandemic showed that capitalist myths about profits being the reward for abstinence and risk-taking were wholly misleading. In the pandemic, profits were determined by the luck of the draw and the economic channels kept open by the state, and they tended to benefit those who were already operating in growth fields, telecoms, tech, logistics, delivery, online platforms, and similar fields, with grave losses for retail, entertainment, transport, travel and tourism, and so on. The billionaires profited from the state-sponsored boost to the stock market, while small capitals and precarious workers tended to lose heavily. Fourth, the stresses of the pandemic facilitated the spread of anti-scientific worldviews associated with the politics of strife that are typical of spectacular authoritarian leaders. For several years, mainstream politicians, excited academics, hired pundits, and self-interested market operators used their privileged access to the media to praise neoliberalism and its institutions, proclaim that this is the best of all possible worlds, and insist that there is no alternative regardless of actual outcomes, while belittling alternative views and the experiences of the losers. They also repeated the ideologies of individualism and choice that served to validate neoliberalism, and called them scientific truths. Those mantras, myths, and falsehoods gradually bled into a destructive mass skepticism of settled knowledge and a profound aversion to politics, academic research and even the mainstream media itself. Eventually, the neoliberal cult of individual sovereignty fostered the individualization of the truth, as audiences felt disconnected from the experts and thought themselves entitled to believe in alternative facts in all spheres of life, however implausible, unreasonable or conspiratorial they may be. In other words, since I can choose my favorite brand of cornflakes without regard for the opinion of others, I can also believe that the earth is that the coronavirus is a hoax, that vaccines do not work, and that the US government is run by pedophile lizards. Similarly, no one can impose masks, social distancing, or lockdowns on me, and so on, in a genre of certainties that, if unchecked, would consume geostationary satellites, long-distance transport, the internet, statistical medicine, water treatment plants and much else. In the meantime, a demented fringe of anti-vaxxers, At earthers and religious fanatics uttered hilarious denials of the pandemic at great personal risk, 5 peddled miracle cures based on unproven remedies, or prayed and fasted together with Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro. 6. Part 4. Case Studies in Disaster. Chapter 7. A very neoliberal tragedy. The COVID-19 pandemic was immersed in a neoliberal context, but it also developed in national circumstances and within given political conditions. Those circumstances shaped government responses, both structurally and circumstantially. This chapter examines those constraints and sets the scene for a more detailed examination of country cases in the following chapters. COVID-19 in the North and the South. The pandemic triggered an unprecedented economic collapse in the global North. Output, trade, and employment imploded, with devastating consequences for tens of millions of people. Production and finance were paralyzed in several countries, and debts could no longer be serviced. Stock markets crashed, and tens of millions of workers either lost their jobs entirely, or were placed in limbo. In the meantime, several Western governments fumbled their response to the crisis. They wasted time, and demonstrated abundantly their disregard for the main task of governance, protecting the population and their livelihoods. The quartet of calamity were at the forefront of the disaster. Excruciatingly slowly, and through different combinations of QE, skull spending, regulatory changes, transfers, movement controls, social distancing, lockdowns, mass testing, hospital care and, eventually, mass vaccination, most Western and East Asian countries managed to contain the pandemic. Social cohesion, state institutions and health systems survived their biggest challenge since World War II, despite huge disparities in performance. Outcomes depended on health systems, welfare provision, state capacity, skill resources, the power of the central bank and other variables. They allowed governments in the global North to provide reasonably good health care even if, in some cases, systems only barely avoided collapse. Those states also had to manage unprecedented lockdowns. Countries in the global South had similar challenges, but they also had to face complex social crises in addition to the crises of health and the economy that affected the global North. They did tend to have lower productive capacity and lower productivity than the AES, less skill and financial resources and more limited institutional and managerial capacity to address the pandemic. They also tend to have larger current account deficits, heavy debt service commitments and tight balance of payments constraints, and depend on volatile commodity exports, external aid, and workers' remittances, regardless of the availability of IMF lending facilities. These limitations implied that most could not guarantee jobs or support output and demand through subsidies, tax rebates or large-scale transfers to households like the AES could, and their central banks could not purchase large quantities of public and private papers in the secondary markets. The impact of the pandemic in the global South was compounded by the limited supply of public services and amenities, including clean water, food, electricity, and sanitation, as well as poor housing and the prevalence of severe comorbidities among the population, ranging from malnutrition to tuberculosis, malaria, and HIV/AIDS. In turn, the economic impact of COVID-19 could be especially disruptive if the pandemic reduced import capacity or the ability to service external debt, or if it threatened inflationary spikes. In turn, the limitations in their health systems left many severely exposed to the coronavirus and with limited scope to confront a surge in infections. Health systems across the global South are often precarious in terms of capacity, staff, resilience, and access. For example, 34 sub-Saharan African countries spend less than $200 per capita annually on healthcare and VE spend less than $50 per capita. At the start of the pandemic, Malawi had 25 ICU beds for a population of 17 million, South Sudan had 24 ICU beds and 4 ventilators for 11 million people and Sierra Leone had 13 ventilators for 8 million people. Across South Asia, there were less than 2.8 critical care beds per 100,000 people, and Bangladesh had 1,100 ICU beds for 157 million people. Countries in the south were generally unable to send aircraft to procure PPE abroad, depended heavily on imports to keep their health systems running, and their vaccination programs frequently had to rely on COVAX. These vulnerabilities are partly due to poverty, and partly the outcome of recurrent rounds of structural adjustment imposed on the DA since the early 1980s. These regressive policies systematically dismantled state capacities, ground down institutional resilience, ruined public services, undermined job stability and economic security, reduced incomes, and destroyed manufacturing industry, leaving these countries highly vulnerable to disruptions in global trade, production, and finance. These weaknesses tended to increase poverty, material deprivation, hunger, and malnutrition, and to create adverse patterns of employment, leading to simmering public health crises. Even worse, around 70% of workers in the South are in the informal sector. It is nearly impossible to secure their employment or the economic survival of their employers, making it hard to enforce lockdowns or to impose other measures to contain the pandemic. Poor families also tend to live in precarious dwellings, often lacking clean water and sewerage, not to speak of reliable electricity supply or internet access. For example, the average Indian family has VE members and 40% of homes have only one room. 1/6 of India's urban population are slum dwellers, for whom social distancing is largely impossible. Reportedly, some Indians self-isolated at the top of trees to protect themselves and their family. Large cities in the global south pose a dilemma to people who must commute to work, since it is impossible to maintain social distancing in overcrowded public transport, which contributed to the spread of the coronavirus. It was predicted that the combined economic and health impacts of the pandemic could increase global poverty by hundreds of millions of people. 94. And push tens of millions to the brink of starvation. It was always possible that deaths from secondary impacts, poverty, hunger, diseases, and violence exacerbated by the pandemic, may dwarf the number of those who die of the novel coronavirus itself. Because of these indirect implications of the pandemic and the systematic undercounting of the victims, the impact of COVID-19 in the global south will never be known. The performance of the poor and middle-income economies could also suffer in the medium term if the pandemic is followed by the residual circulation of the coronavirus, deepening poverty and deprivation and, potentially, triggering a politics of despair feeding on those economic and health insecurities. It is possible, then, that COVID-19 may contribute to the centralization of power, militarization of society and further curtailments of civil rights and controls of information and movements, without necessarily improving health provision or outcomes. At the same time, three counteracting factors have helped to moderate the impact of the pandemic in the global south. First, many countries have experience confronting infectious diseases and epidemics, for example, chikungunya, Ebola, H1N1, Nipah, SARS and Zika. These health emergencies have boosted the physical infrastructure for pandemic control and created a deep bank of technical know-how as well as social norms of behavior facilitating the management of health crises. Second, the younger age profile of the population in the global south and the lower proportion of people in urban areas may have helped to moderate the impact of COVID-19, since younger people are less vulnerable to the coronavirus, and people in rural zones tend to be more socially isolated. Third, it was shown in Chapter 5 that the pandemic moved along the trade channels built by the neoliberal global economy, which tend to bypass the poorer countries. This gave them additional time to prepare, which some countries used well, especially Cuba, Ghana, Laos, Senegal and Vietnam, as well as the Indian state of Kerala. These successful experiences contrast sharply with the staggering failures in vastly wealthier countries. This performance contrast shows that, although high income levels give greater scope to buy ventilators, support wages and businesses and subsidize economic activity, planning and decisions about the best use of funds depend on state capacity, experience, and preparation, that are only weakly correlated with income per capita. In other words, although the challenge is harder, good outcomes are possible in the South as well as the North, and they depend more on policy choices than on wealth as such. Tales of success and failure. Countries had sharply distinct experiences in the pandemic. For an illustration, see Table 7.1. Despite differences in definition and in the quality of the data, Table 7.1 suggests that case rates and death rates could vary enormously between countries. Relatively successful examples, not all included in Table 7.1, include China, Cuba, Ethiopia, Finland, Ghana, Iceland, Kerala State in India, Laos, New Zealand, Senegal, Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, Uruguay, and Vietnam. Unsuccessful cases include Bosnia and Herzegovina, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Hungary, India, Iran, Italy, Russia, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, the UK, and the USA. It is important to note that performance changed over time. For example, Argentina, Germany, Greece, Kerala, Portugal, and South Africa did remarkably well until mid to late 2020, but suffered heavily later. All experiences offer lessons about the epidemiology and political economy of pandemics and, more generally, about the interaction between pathogens and the system of accumulation in which they are spreading. From a political economy perspective, 3 lessons are especially significant. First, China gave the world several weeks to prepare for the pandemic while it struggled alone in early 2020. Its achievements offered important lessons about how to confront COVID-19. In sequence, other East Asian governments came up with more or less intrusive or resource-intensive policies to eradicate the coronavirus. These governments tended to have successful experiences of industrial policy and a strong manufacturing base. Strong, integrated and policy-capable governments, and centralized universal health systems with significant popularity and experience addressing pandemics, especially after SARS, that hit East Asia in 2003. These governments also tended to implement well-coordinated pandemic policies including, in different measures. 797. Strong border controls, early and harsh lockdowns, aggressive testing, tracing and isolation, protection of incomes, revenues, and consumption levels, and intrusive technologies to control contacts and population movements. These experiences could have been emulated by the failed states in the West, but they refused to do so, or even to acknowledge their dismal performance. Their choices were culpable. In addition, experience shows that it was possible to eliminate COVID-19 even in low-income countries. It follows that the chaos and the worldwide tragedy were almost entirely avoidable, and that every death in the pandemic must be accounted for. The second lesson is that the governments that failed most miserably tended to be authoritarian, to have advanced further along the neoliberal path of depredation of the economy and the state itself, and to have built economies grounded on individualism, exploitation, plunder, and the protection of the interests of the rich to the detriment of the poor. These governments also tended to be unprepared to address systemic non-military challenges, especially in the domain of public health. Under mature neoliberalism, state capacities had been eroded almost everywhere and health systems had been hollowed out, fragmented and part privatized even when they appeared to be publicly owned. These limitations derive from the imposition of tight fiscal constraints for many years, the disorderly decentralization of responsibilities, ideologically driven privatizations, and the vulnerability of governments and regulators to predatory lobbies. At the same time, the neoliberal reforms also created a precarious and impoverished working class that was highly vulnerable to health scares and to disruptions in their earning capacity because of their low savings, poor housing, inadequate nutrition, and work patterns incompatible with healthy lives. When they were confronted by the pandemic, the failed governments, especially the Quartet of Calamity, were prone to hesitate, fumble, stumble and delay, choose contradictory policies, implement them poorly and protect rampant corruption instead of focusing on the preservation of life. In the meantime, their populations were denied knowledge of how several countries had eliminated the coronavirus. Those policy failures were symptomatic of the disarticulation of the state and public policy under neoliberalism. These dysfunctions were not merely due to the staggering incompetence of the spectacular leaders in charge, the obtuseness and corruption of top politicians and civil servants, or the selfishness of the economic elites. Although these factors were 98. Inutial, the experiences of failure reveal a systemic political malaise in neoliberal countries, especially the authoritarian ones. There, the political system was often geared to the consolidation of the power of the leader through the cultivation of divisions and the stoking of conflicts, rather than the protection of the population. Despite their telegenic prowess, the leaders found it difficult to feign sympathy for the other or express pity, shame, or remorse, and came out callous. Often they could not debate the complexities of the pandemic, too, and looked ignorant, and they could not lead the response, and looked clueless. Donald Trump, Jair Bolsonaro, and Narendra Modi systematically undermined their own health experts in order to promote quack cures, while Boris Johnson's chosen experts vanished from the official brands whenever they went off message. Public health responses were delayed because the machinery of the state stalled when it was confronted by a challenge unrelated to the promotion of the leader. Accustomed to politics as war, and enmeshed in battles against the deep state, those leaders were ill-equipped to address COVID-19, an adversary that did not respond to the politics of division or resentment. Instead of building national unity to attack the coronavirus, the tendency of authoritarian political systems was to shield the government, initially by denying the pandemic through bluster, lies and accusations against the doom-mongers. This strategy fostered social divisions and wasted time that should have been spent learning lessons from abroad, addressing strategic shortcomings and preparing the country to confront the pandemic. In sequence, authoritarian neoliberal administrations often argued for herd immunity, which would be met with revulsion and would be abandoned under strong pressure from health specialists and the majority of the population. By then, however, it was already too late. In summary, the pandemic showed that the wages of arrogance are death. It also showed that mass deaths were the avoidable consequence of a degenerating modality of neoliberalism in the failed countries. The differential outcomes of the pandemic show that neoliberal states can be efficient at protecting NANS, but they find it difficult to recognize their primary duty to protect public health, or to deploy resources, expertise, and operational competence to respond to emergencies. It turns out that the more the state had been reconstructed along neoliberal lines in the name of the superior efficiency of the market, and the greater the marketization of social reproduction, the lower was public policy capacity, the less expertise was available to respond to emergencies, the more disarticulated were the state institutions, the greater was the extent of deindustrialization through the globalization of production, and the higher tended to be the prevalence of COVID-19 and the associated death rate. 3. The consequence was not only that several rich countries found themselves unable to produce PPE and ventilators, but also that their public sectors could not coordinate even the available policy tools to respond to the tragedy. Those economies had spent the previous decades building unsustainable financial structures in pursuit of short-term profitability, while their health systems were unable to perform their statutory functions at a time of need. The third lesson is that it is perfectly possible to combat pandemics in a democratic framework. Nevertheless, several successful as well as unsuccessful governments used the pandemic as a pretext to move towards states of exception with heavier forms of social control, regardless of the implications for controlling the virus. These states sought to centralize power in the executive, limit constitutional rights, militarize public spaces, control information o's and the social media, monitor movements, and so on. In some cases, these heavy-handed measures reached their stated goals. For example, Australia, China, New Zealand, and South Africa imposed harsh regulations on population movements that may have infringed civil rights, but they achieved successes driving down COVID-19 to the point where it could be managed by rigorous systems of testing, tracing, and isolation. In other cases, authoritarian policies merely fed corruption and reinforced the power of the ruling groups, without any significant gains in terms of public health. The examples of success and failure offer valuable lessons of what must never happen again in a pandemic: fail to plan, deny or wish away the virus, promote quack treatments for short-term political gain, impose decentralist or market-driven health systems with partial coverage and minimal spare capacity because of fiscal austerity or in the name of efficiency, hesitate to impose lockdowns, movement controls, border closures, social distancing and compulsory use of face masks, and allow crowds and large events in con spaces. The successful examples 100 also illustrate what must happen. Countries and international organizations ought to act fast, spend enough money to keep society together and the economy moving, have contingency plans for manufacturing industry, build centralized and resilient public health systems with sufficient intensive care beds and stocks of PPE, and prepare robust plans for testing, tracing and isolation of the sick. At a further level, generic vaccines can be tried and tested in advance to prepare for the most likely pandemics, which would allow the most appropriate ones to be rolled out rapidly, and an international agreement can be reached to suspend patents on vaccines whenever a pandemic is declared by the WHO. For there is no doubt that these policies will be costly, but the required expenditures would be only a fraction of the losses imposed by the pandemic, not to speak of the thousands of lives sacrificed because of the limitations of neoliberalism. The above lessons from the pandemic also illustrate two red herrings that temporarily clouded the policy debates. First, the contrast between female and male policymakers, that seemed to suggest that countries led by women were more likely to do well. 5. In contrast, the quartet of calamity had phallocentric polities and were led by boisterous men who often behaved like rowdy, stubborn, and inept teenagers. However, even to contemplate this debate concedes too much. The relevant point is not the essential qualities of female versus male politicians. Instead, the relevant lesson is that more egalitarian societies tend to have more democratic states, and these are also countries where women tend to be more valued at home, respected on the job and, partly as a consequence, more successful in politics. The issue, then, is not simply to push more women into positions of power regardless of their views, it is about systems, values, policies, and citizenship, and the construction of open, egalitarian, and democratic societies. These countries will tend to have more women politicians, but also more progressive taxation and more integrated and comprehensive health systems, and they will be better able to protect everyone in a pandemic. Second was the assumption that the pandemic would mark a transfer of global hegemony from West to East, since the latter obviously did so much better while the former was wallowing in disaster, losing prestige and, inevitably, would have a delayed economic recovery. The point, however, is that there is not an undifferentiated West versus East. The story of the pandemic is not about geography but about systems of accumulation, state capacities, and public policy. In particular, the pandemic is a story about the crises in neoliberalism and how they impacted public health. This ought to be the focus, and lessons must be learned from wherever they may come. Chapter 8. The UK, a convergence of disasters. In early 2020, UK public life became dominated by the convergence of a calamitous Brexit with a catastrophic pandemic. The clash culminated in one of the highest death totals in the world, around 130,000 at the time of writing, and one of the highest rates of deaths per capita, almost 2,000 per million. Poignantly, the tragedy penalized disproportionately the poor, minorities, the elderly and those with special needs. The Conservative Party and the pandemic. Although the pandemic was imposed by exogenous events, the policy response was in the gift of the British government. Instead of emulating the successful examples elsewhere, especially in Asia, the Conservative administration led by the ever-unreliable Prime Minister Boris Johnson engaged in a shocking sequence of blunders driven by their fanatical devotion to the ideologies of neoliberalism and private money grabbing. It did not have to be this way. The likelihood of a U-type pandemic figured highly in the government's risk register, and the UK was evidently vulnerable because of its deep international connections, major airports, large tourism sector and the British habit of holidaying abroad. It would, then, be relatively easy for a new virus to enter the UK. Viruses would Also there a favorable terrain to spread, because of the country's severe inequalities of income and wealth, 2 poor housing and chronic overcrowding at homes and in public transport, especially in London, the Midlands, and the North, precisely the areas that would be hit most severely by COVID-19. These vulnerabilities had been enhanced by 40 years of neoliberalism and 10 years of austerity, that had had severe implications for public health. For example, the repeated culling of National Health Service hospital beds in the name of efficiency savings led to 90% bed occupancy being seen as normal, with 100% occupation in winter becoming a regular occurrence. Symptomatic of the degradation of the NHS is that staffing levels had been cut to the point where the emergency Nightingale hospitals built in a matter of days to look after victims of the pandemic could never be used as intended due to the lack of nurses and specialist equipment. When it arrived, the pandemic rapidly unmasked the Conservative Party, for having attacked social resilience and systematically ground down the NHS. Even when money was spent in the health service, as was the case during New Labour, the primary goal was to slice up and hollow out the system, privatize whatever could be sold off, introduce competition or pseudo-market forms of management regardless of cost or implications for efficiency, and expand the health system's reliance on the profit motive. Finally, the UK's strategic stockpile of PPE was privatised, centralised at an unsuitable location, cut down, left to rot, and disregarded almost entirely, as the state lost capacity to plan and manage health emergencies. These shortcomings were starkly revealed by Operation Cygnus, a pandemic simulation exercise carried out in 2016. Cygnus revealed severe gaps in readiness, lack of equipment and inability to coordinate public responses, but nothing was done about it, partly because of the fragmentation of responsibilities between the government and the NHS and, partly, because of the lack of resources. There was a chance to adopt an elimination strategy against the coronavirus at the start of the pandemic, in early 2020, but a political choice was made to accommodate it instead, in order to protect the economy. In contrast with China, New Zealand, and Taiwan, that adopted a strategy of elimination, the British government's choice implied that COVID-19 would root itself and become a permanent plague, inevitably with global implications. This blunder was compounded by a staggering level of incompetence of the Brexiteers who had seized power under Boris Johnson, and their complete inability to do what had become essential, implement a consistent strategy of social distancing, including an early lockdown, supply the NHS with equipment and trained staff, protect the vulnerable, shield the elderly, the disabled, minorities and key workers, and keep the UK safe from the repeated importation of new strands of the coronavirus. In reality, public health was never the government's priority. Their attention was always focused elsewhere, on the one hand on Brexit and, on the other hand, on capturing as much public money as possible for private enterprise, regardless of the consequences for public health. It is, then, unsurprising that in the RST weeks in 2020 the government chose herd immunity as their preferred approach to tackling the virus. The UK government's chief medical advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance, stated in March 2020 that our aim try and reduce the peak, not suppress completely, also because most people get a mild illness, to build up some degree of herd immunity whilst protecting the most vulnerable. In Vallance's view, approximately 60% of the British population would have to get infected to achieve that goal. Despite later denials, the words and actions of several UK public officials were consistent with a strategy of herd immunity. Even though Prime Minister Johnson did not speak about it publicly, the Italian health minister reported that Johnson told him in a private call that his goal was herd immunity. The strategy was again considered in September 2020, as the Prime Minister had a meeting with 3 well-known advocates of herd immunity, including the designer of the fateful Swedish approach. This insistence was due to the decision that prods to oneself and close friends matter more than other people's lives. After a certain point, this became a fait accompli, since the UK would become unable to do much else. The life and death implications of these policy choices were compounded by the mendacity, corruption, and staggering dysfunctionality of the British government. 110. The government's studied dereliction of duty was confronted by a growing mass revolt, including an open letter demanding action signed by 200 scientists. On March 17, Patrick Vallance stated that 20,000 deaths from COVID-19 would be a good outcome for the UK. This statement was met with cries of disbelief since that number was perceived to be unacceptably high. Soon after, the Imperial College team led by a member of the government's Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies Committee, Neil Ferguson, estimated that the ongoing policy of herd immunity would lead to 250,000 deaths in retrospect, likely to be a massive underestimate, but, at the time, that number seemed unimaginably high. Their leaked paper turned the rumblings of dissatisfaction with the government's inaction into a frenzy. Ferguson's revelation infuriated the administration, and its officials may or may not have leaked rumors about Ferguson's personal life to the right-wing media, forcing him to resign from SAGE in May 2020. Running out of arguments and facing an increasingly angry public opinion, Prime Minister Johnson turned around dramatically, and announced a national lockdown from March 23, 2020, but, by then, it was far too late. The coronavirus was everywhere. Almost 13,000 cases had already been recorded and 365 people had died of COVID-19 in the UK. In the meantime, massive events had taken place without any form of control. This included 250,000 people at the Cheltenham Festival between 10 and March 13, and the March 11 football match between Liverpool and Atletico de Madrid, attended by 50,000 people, including 3,000 visitors from Spain, already a COVID-19 hotspot. The number of deaths started climbing rapidly, but the government remained RMLY behind the curve. In early May, the UK became the European country with the highest number of COVID-19 deaths, a questionable distinction that would be retained. Finally, throughout the pandemic, the callousness with which the British government treated those with special needs and in care homes, previously already at the rough end of neoliberalism, must rank as one of the gravest scandals in post-war Western Europe. Because of the government's early decision to turn a blind eye to the pandemic, minimize the problem and delay action as much as possible, their astonishing ineptitude when trying to do something, and the incompetence of 8. The UK, a convergence of disasters. 111. The private sector, that received billions from the government in exchange for very little, the UK ended up in the worst of both worlds, countless dead, and economic losses in the hundreds of billions of pounds. UK national income fell 9.9% in 2020, compared with 3.5% in the US and 4.9% in Germany, while China's national income actually grew. Even worse, the decision to let the virus spread in the UK, USA, Brazil, India, and elsewhere guaranteed that it would become impossible to eliminate it anywhere, and that new variants would keep emerging. The inevitable consequence is that Big Pharma will laugh all the way to the bank for years to come, producing streams of vaccines for guaranteed markets at public expense, while the chronically and historically underserved, the poor and the unlucky will continue to suffer and die. It became clear in a matter of weeks that the government's pandemic strategy centered around pumping public resources into private pockets as rapidly as possible was a colossal failure. Nothing could be more emblematic of this disaster than the privatization of NHS Test and Trace, responsible for nationwide COVID-19 tests, and for tracing and isolating those who tested positive and their contacts. This effort received £22 billion in 2020 to 2021, but it was so poorly managed that the National Audit Office concluded that it made no measurable difference to outcomes. Among other things, it failed completely to contain the second and third waves of the pandemic in the autumn and winter of 2020, even though they had been predicted for several months. In summary, Project was fundamentally misconceived, having no component for monitoring or enforcing the isolation of COVID-positive people and their contacts, and making no realistic provision for maintaining their incomes while not working. So on top of the late delivery of test results and the limitations of the call center approach to tracing and providing contacts, compliance with isolation was minimal. In August 2020, VE months after NHS Test and Trace was set up, fewer than AFTH of people who tested positive, and only 11% of their identified contacts were self-isolating. In short, the whole purpose of mass testing was defeated, yet nothing has been done to change this. 2 weeks of isolation is unpleasant, 2 weeks without income is impossible for breadwinners on 112 low incomes, many of whom decline to be tested for fear of being told to self-isolate and risk losing their income or even their jobs. The cost of providing full income support for 2 weeks to people in isolation would be much less than the estimated cost of keeping several million people on furlough, and it would have a major impact on suppressing the virus, eventually making income support for everyone else unnecessary. There can be little doubt that a transfer of £22 billion directly to households would have made a greater contribution to social welfare, but that would not have brought gains to the Friends of the UK Cabinet. Needless to say, this option was never considered seriously by the government. The magical realism of Brexit. Brexit was a poison injected entirely unnecessarily into the nation's body, with toxic consequences for the poor, ethnic minorities, immigrants and the young, and possibly lethal implications for the UK itself, all for the benefit of a predatory nationalist elite wedded to a radical version of neoliberalism. As a class project, Brexit expressed an exhausted, end-of-empire choice against any form of long-term economic strategy or democratization of the country, disguised as a rebellion of the losers against the metropolitan elite. In reality, Brexit sought to open new spaces for predatory and nationalist accumulation, with Britain specialising, increasingly, in global plunder and the intermediation of O's of surplus value, rather than the making of things. In other words, the real project behind Brexit is to chain the nation ever more closely to global nance, so the UK can live off commissions from the traffic of the fruits of exploitation anywhere in the world. The consequences will haunt the UK nations for decades. At the margins of this debate, the Lexiteers, or ultra-left Brexiteers, advanced the notion that the EU was a neoliberal club which the UK should leave, because the EU's malignant bureaucracy would prevent a progressive UK government from implementing its chosen policies. This must be one of the most misguided contributions to UK political debates in recent times, for 3 reasons. First, some of the EU's most restrictive rules were originally designed and tested in Britain, while successive UK governments refused to implement other EU rules because they were not neoliberal enough. Second, in recent years EU rules had protected more than hindered labour rights and civic freedoms in the UK. Third, the Lexiteer position implied that the workers, minorities, and the poor stood to gain from a project driven by the Murdoch press, the far-right elite, transnational hedge funds, a handful of buccaneer capitalists and a cabal of corrupt lumpen bourgeois operators fronted by Boris Johnson, Michael Gove, Aaron Banks, Nigel Farage, and Dominic Cummings. They are not exactly the vanguard of the proletariat. Wealthy Brexiteers expect to laugh all the way to the Cayman Islands, until they manage to turn the City of London into a tax haven with better restaurants. In contrast with the Lexiteer politics of dreams, Brexit was RMLY grounded in material realities. However, given its reactionary implications, this project could win a referendum only through the careful curation of lies and strife to divide the working class. Just like the Christian Holy Trinity, Brexit was always clouded in mystery and marked by the impossibility of knowledge of what was being decided in 2016. The Brexiteers pretended to be certain when they had no idea, peddled lies that the respectable media repeated either thoughtlessly or shamelessly, spoke loudly when they had doubts, turned complex debates into screaming matches, and split the country to avoid having to explain themselves, since there was no possibility of an agreement about which falsehood, illusion, or mirage would be most effective at each point in time. The avaricious adventurism and political irresponsibility of the Brexiteers shed new light onto former Prime Minister Theresa May's tautology that Brexit means Brexit. That nonsense implied that Brexit would be whatever the gang of thieves leading the project could get away with. And so the UK ended up impoverished and in an unholy political mess, with an unavoidable but also unenforceable treaty with the EU, a confused bourgeoisie and a working class even more bereft of rights and protections than before. It was all going to plan, and abundant opportunities for plunder were certain to come by. Given this epical background, the arrival of the pandemic seemed to be a matter of detail, and it was treated as such for several weeks by the Conservative Party and their friends in business and the media. 114. The opposition vanishes. In nominal opposition to the Conservative Party-led double-pronged chaos of Brexit and the pandemic, stands the Labour Party, led by Sir Keir Starmer KCBQC MP. Sadly for a dashing chisel-chinned charmer who took off magnificently, Starmer soon became a political embarrassment and a repository of disappointments and squandered hopes. Starmer's RST interventions in the House of Commons were greeted with adoration by the aging remnants of Tony Blair's fan club, and their approval grew into a frenzy when Starmer took up his real job, not of opposing the Tory government in the middle of a muddled Brexit and a tragic pandemic, but the seemingly more important task of purging the left of his own party. On the other issues, Starmer mostly approved government policies, regardless of the death rate, while trying to present a more responsible image than Boris Johnson's. This cannot be a difficult task. However, Starmer's drab passivity made him tedious, and boredom does not sell newspapers or win elections. The fall from grace was both rapid and humiliating. Cries of approval were replaced by the drum of engers on tables, awaiting Labour's next surrender to the most mediocre government in British history, at least since the previous one, led by Theresa May and, before that, the one led by David Cameron, suggesting that Britain is experiencing a relentless political decline. Facing the lazy, lying, and larcenous nonentities under Johnson, Starmer positioned himself as the spare wheel of the state, ready to serve if Johnson became excessively dysfunctional. In the meantime, to Starmer's surprise, the English establishment decided to keep Boris Johnson in place, since he can at least entertain the masses. Life can be unfair. Having made itself useless in the face of the greatest challenge to this country since 1940, despite the dysfunctionality of the Tory government, the Labour Party was abandoned as irrelevant by the political elite, tens of thousands of members, and millions of voters. This death drive is not unique to the British Labour Party. The party may be feeling the pressures of neoliberalism that destroyed social democracy in France, Germany, Greece, Italy, and elsewhere. In recent times, the Labour Party was protected from those deadly winds by RST, the movement around Jeremy Corbyn, that made Labour stand for something other than triangulation with the political right since, faced with a pale copy, the voters tend to embrace the real thing. Second, the first-past-the-post electoral system, that limits the space for alternatives. Today, only first-past-the-post remains, but history shows that this system can lead to the sudden collapse of major parties. This happened in recent times in Canada and Italy, and years ago in the UK, when the Liberal Party imploded. It might happen again. In these dire circumstances, the Labour Party NDS itself at the margins of politics, contemplating the success of the vaccination program led by the NHS, on the back of massive government support for AstraZeneca, clever purchasing of hundreds of millions of doses of multiple vaccines, and a massive transfer of resources to the comocracy. Yet, there is no doubt that the NHS and other public services will be sliced up and part privatist as soon as the nightmare is over. At the same time, the UK is witnessing an escalating authoritarianism and the rapid conversion of the state into a corrupt machine driven by liars, jesters, and fascists. Lessons from disaster. While the consequences of Brexit cannot be addressed here, they range across the unity of the UK and the viability of its nations, the structure of employment, the prospects for economic growth, and much more. The pandemic has shown that health policy must be centralized, integrated, and kept in public hands. The NHS has gained huge respect from the vast majority, but the system remains underfunded, fragmented, and hampered by the lack of staff and equipment. The relationship between the NHS and social care ought to be rebuilt into a new, integrated system with no room for private prots. The costs of the pandemic, in terms of lives lost and damages to the economy, have shown that the protection of public health is cheap. What is expensive is the institutionalist robbery under the private health system, especially when it is sponsored by the most powerful politicians in the land. China. Finally, the administration led by President Donald Trump deliberately dismantled the institutions of pandemic control. For example, Timothy Zimmer, head of global health security at the National Security Council, was dismissed in April 2018, and his team was disbanded. Similarly, the Trump administration cut the budget of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in order to fund the detention of immigrant children. It is mind-boggling. Just like the flu. The U.S. response to the coronavirus was marked by denialism, a persistent underestimation of the impact of the pandemic, grave mismanagement of the federal response, and almost complete disregard for science, except in the potentially protable manufacture of vaccines. Responsibility for that mangled response and its tragic consequences lies squarely with President Donald Trump. Trump's narcissism, crude electoral calculations, and dysfunctional government fed an inconsistent discourse drawing upon both denialism and the trade-off between health and the economy, with most politicians giving the latter greater priority regardless of the abundance of resources in the richest country on earth. In the words of the Republican Party Congressman Trey Hollingsworth, it is always the American government's position to say, in the choice between the loss of our way of life as Americans and the loss of life, of American lives, we have to always choose the latter, and it is not zero evil, but it is the lesser of these two evils, and we intend to move forward that direction. Given this viewpoint, once the coronavirus arrived, instead of focusing on the health crisis, Trump and his band of followers preferred to divert attention by engaging in scrapes with China, the WHO, journalists, the civil service, state governors, foreign countries, and assorted politicians at home and abroad. All that Trump achieved, perhaps deliberately, was the paralysis of the public administration. Trump was informed about the pandemic in January 2020 and proceeded to ignore it in public almost entirely until March, when he made a statement at the CDC declaring that everything was under control and that the coronavirus posed no significant risks. He ridiculed social distancing and face masks, to the point of going to a medical equipment factory in Maine without protective equipment. The RM later discarded that day's output, perhaps because of the risk of contamination. The president also insisted that hydroxychloroquine should be used against COVID-19, even though it had no proven efficacy, and suggested that disinfectant could be injected to rid patients of the coronavirus. Trump would persistently undermine his public health officials, and suggested several times that he would Anthony Fauci, the popular epidemiologist acting as health spokesman for the White House's coronavirus task force. Finally, the U.S. president launched unprecedented attacks on the media because of their unerring coverage of the pandemic and heavy criticisms of his government. In the international sphere, far from promoting cooperation, the U.S. government displayed almost as much hostility against its allies as it did against its so-called strategic enemies. First, Trump attributed the virus to Chinese biological warfare and uttered coarse slurs against the Chinese people, for example by calling the coronavirus Kung-Yu, China-Yu, or the Chinese virus. Trump's attacks triggered escalating violence against Asian Americans. Second, the USA left the WHO and suspended its funding in mid-April 2020, accusing the organization of bending to Chinese interests. Yet, the policy confusion in the USA and the country's inability to produce enough PPE opened spaces that China was quick to occupy. China became the most prominent international donor in the pandemic, dislocating the USA as it increased production and started sending both money and equipment worldwide. In the meantime, the USA stumbled. As casualties increased, Trump would regularly moan and complain on television and spread lies and insults in social media, so much so that he would eventually be excluded from Facebook and Twitter. Third, released from the usual conventions and restraints, the U.S. administration unleashed extraordinary attacks against foreign countries, hijacked stocks of foreign-made masks and ventilators en route to their legitimate buyers, and hurled insults at other countries for being too weak to do anything about it. These depredations inflicted grave damage to the legitimacy of the American empire. Domestically, The absence of federal coordination forced states to compete against one another for supplies of PPE, pushing up prices and 124. Reducing the efficiency of procurement. In the meantime, some local authorities imposed lockdowns, but their governors and mayors were publicly berated by Trump, who urged his supporters to liberate these areas. Trump's insistence that COVID-19 was like the U was strongly supported by right-wing militias, fanatical religious sects, conspiracy theorists, and anti-vaxxers, many overtly adorned with Nazi paraphernalia. They led noisy demonstrations against the lockdowns, ritually burned face masks and threatened state governors with kidnapping or worse, in an escalation that would culminate with the frenzied attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. Yet Trump supported them, declaring that they are great people whose life was taken away from them. The mounting crisis in the USA was not merely a problem of public health. The impact of the coronavirus was compounded by the extreme instability of the U.S. labor market, that shed more than 40 million jobs as soon as the pandemic arrived and the economy shut down. This RST wave of unemployment was compounded by a second wave, in which mid-level posts were culled, since they had no production to oversee and no one left to supervise. This was a textbook case Keynesian downward spiral that could be halted only by public policy. Symptomatically, long lines of pedestrians and automobiles soon formed at food banks across the USA, while homeless people were regimented into sleeping in improvised spaces in car parks in Las Vegas, below hotel towers that, although empty, were too lavish for them, astonishing spectacles of need and waste in a country long habituated to other people's suffering. Several hospitals collapsed as COVID-19 spread, revealing the shortcomings of the U.S. healthcare system. While health providers counted their losses, since emergency care for COVID-19 patients was far less profitable than the cosmetic surgeries and other expensive treatments dislocated by the pandemic, their workers were pushed to the limit. They had to work long hours without appropriate pay and lacking PPE, which led to a grave loss of life among frontline nurses and other workers, especially migrants and people of color, reacting the precarity of their working conditions. Beyond hospital care, the U.S. testing strategy was slow and limited, partly because of capacity constraints and partly because of insufficient coordination. First, not enough tests could be produced in the early months because of shortages and bottlenecks. There were no national guidelines for the distribution and management of tests, and no federal standards for reporting the results. These limitations were made worse by Trump's decision to transfer responsibility for testing to the states, that immediately began competing for resources and raising prices for everyone. Second, there never was a federal plan for contact tracing or quarantines, which facilitated the spread of the disease. Even when the states attempted to cover the gap, they tended to lack resources to do so adequately. Third, when federal funds were made available, most states lacked complementary services, for example, residences for people who could not isolate themselves at home and meals, healthcare, financial assistance, and other support for those in quarantine. Consequently, compliance tended to be low and patchy, helping to spread the virus. Even though Trump invoked early on the Defense Production Act, introduced during the Korean War, allegedly to compel RMS to produce PPE, this was never effective, and most executive orders actually issued were unrelated to the production of medical equipment. It was just as bad at the individual level. Millions of U.S. residents do not have health insurance, and many of those who did could not afford their COVID-19 related expenses. It was reported that individual bills because of coronavirus treatment ranged from $100 to $4,000 for insured people, and up to $100,000 for the uninsured in a country where 40% of people do not have $400 for an emergency. These costs not only left many people trapped in debt in the depths of a severe crisis, they also prevented many from seeking care or even self-isolating when they fell ill. Despite the dramatic failings described above, Trump declared in March that he took no responsibility at all and blamed, instead, his predecessor Barack Obama and the outdated rules and health regulations he had inherited. 126. No responsibility at all. The pandemic hit the U.S. economy severely, with the IMF estimating a GDP contraction of 3.4% in 2020, the largest decline in national output since 1946. However, the most significant economic feature of the pandemic in the USA was the dramatic growth of unemployment at RST contact. In April 2020 alone, 20.5 million jobs disappeared, taking the unemployment rate to 14.7%, the highest level since the Great Depression. In response, the U.S. government adopted expansionary fiscal policies amounting to 16.7% of GDP, plus an additional 2.4% in equity, loans, and guarantees, that drove the fiscal deficit to 18.7% of GDP. The most important piece of legislation in this regard was the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act approved on March 27, 2020, providing approximately $3 trillion for economic recovery, including checks of $1,200 to households, $600 per week in benefits and loan forgiveness to small businesses. However, it appears that most of the funds were used to bail out large companies, many of which also benefited from soaring profits during the pandemic. The CARES Act included funding for the so-called Operation Warp Speed, a public-private partnership to expedite the development of COVID-19 vaccines and advance purchase output from Moderna, Pfizer, Merck, Novavax, Johnson & Johnson and other large companies. These were partnerships of unequal whereby, in essence, the U.S. government funded private capital to produce vaccines with guaranteed demand at any price, and no downside risks in case of failure. This was the most successful federal initiative during the pandemic. Vaccine distribution began on December 14, 2020, and moved at a fairly quick pace. By mid-April 2021, 38% of the population had already received at least one vaccine dose, and 24% had received 2 doses. Employment recovered swiftly from the catastrophe, falling to 6% by March 2021. 1. The rapid loss of jobs and the fast-paced recovery reveal a key fragility of the world's largest neoliberal economy. It is heavily dependent on unskilled, low-paid, unprotected, and non-unionist jobs. This difficulty was worsened by the lack of universal health care, which implied that, often, as workers lost their jobs they and their families also lost their health cover, a tragedy for households, and a disaster for the collective. Their loss of income forced. 9. The USA, Decentralization and Denial 127. Many people to look for a job during the pandemic, making it harder to self-isolate or take precautions against the coronavirus. Despite the rapid recovery of the U.S. economy, there is no prospect that government finances can stabilize anytime soon. In particular, the domestic public debt will continue to rise, as President Biden rapidly passed a $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief plan, with an additional $3 trillion long-term funding being considered for infrastructure. In the meantime, the focus on the pandemic helped the Trump administration and Republican states pass unrelated legislation with minimal scrutiny, for example, reducing curbs on pollution, raising penalties for abortion and restricting the right to vote. The pandemic affected disproportionately African Americans, Latino and Native American communities, where rates of infection and death were significantly above average. For example, Latinos and African Americans were 3 times more likely to get infected and 2 times more likely to die from coronavirus than whites. At the same time, the government's distributionally skewed response to the pandemic is bound to have increased the already enormous inequalities of income and wealth in the USA. Tax breaks for the rich, support to NANS and government guarantees pumped up natural asset prices to the benefit of speculators, while the assistance going to workers and small businesses was both drastically insufficient and time-limited. Awareness of these inequalities was part of the background of the demonstrations following the murder by police officers of Breonna Taylor, in March 2020, and George Floyd, in May 2020. The video showing Floyd being suffocated despite pleading that he could not breathe sparked protests in 60 countries and over 2,000 cities. Politically, The year was also marked by the presidential elections, in November, which were won by the Democratic Party challenger, Joe Biden. President Trump notoriously refused to accept the results, claiming fraud. Trump went to the courts repeatedly attempting to overturn the results or, at least, trying to create doubts. 128. About the outcome. Although Trump eventually conceded, his campaign spurred protests by a myriad of right-wing groups, culminating with the invasion of the Capitol as Congress was certifying Biden's victory. In summary, the U.S. pandemic response suffered from the combination of extensive deindustrialization, a fragmented, bloated and inefficient health system, high inequality of income and wealth, extreme instability in the labor markets and high informalization of labor, lack of a welfare state and universal safety nets, highly fragmented and decentralized political and administrative systems fostering policy incoherence, competition rather than resource sharing, systemic inefficiencies and, above all, the unwillingness of the federal government to recognize the problem and act accordingly. Chapter 10. Brazil, Inequality and Catastrophe. The course of COVID-19 was exceptionally tragic in Brazil, arguably the country with the worst pandemic response on earth, the only one where the government not only neglected its basic duties but actively undermined measures that could have contained the pandemic and protected the population, and the greatest experiment in herd immunity in modern times. The death toll in Brazil reached 1,000 on April 12, 2020, 10,000 on May 11, 100,000 on August 10, 200,000 on January 9, 2021 and 400,000 on May 1. Matters deteriorated considerably since the emergence of more contagious variants in the country. On April 8, 2021, daily fatalities reached 4,250, the highest number in the world. 2. The health system descended into chaos in numerous cities, where oxygen supplies had to be rationed, ICU beds were fully occupied, and both staff and equipment were lacking. Reports pointed to patients being tied up in order to be intubated, for want of anesthetics. Hundreds died in trolleys, hospitals or at home, even when their families could procure much-needed oxygen tubes in the parallel market. There is no question that these tragic outcomes were driven by far-right President Jair Bolsonaro, whose choices triggered an unparalleled tragedy in the country, potentially with tragic implications worldwide. Roots of the tragedy. Brazil's tragedy resulted from the convergence of three factors. First, it was shown in chapters 5 and 7 that more equal societies with strong states implementing coordinated policies generally address the pandemic more effectively, while unequal societies with weak states, unresponsive governments, and poorly coordinated policies tended to do much worse. Brazil's spectacular failure can be viewed from both angles. Although the country had enough economic resources to confront the pandemic, Brazil is famously one of the most unequal on earth. 1/4 of its population lives in poverty, despite the country's large economy, sophisticated manufacturing industry and powerful extractive and agribusiness sectors. These deep and overlapping inequalities created grave vulnerabilities among the disadvantaged populations. 3. Brazil has always had acute political and institutional limitations, but they worsened markedly with the unprecedentedly long and deep economic crisis starting in 2014, that was followed in 2016 by a judicial parliamentary coup d'état that removed elected President Dilma Rousseff. The governments in power since 2016 sponsored neoliberal reforms that increased labor precarity, worsened social security and left public services dramatically underfunded. These reforms were underpinned by Constitutional Amendment 55, which froze the non-national expenditures of the federal government in real terms for 20 years. These destructive reforms would culminate in the election of Jair Bolsonaro, in 2018. Bolsonaro, a former army officer, is widely known for his authoritarian impulses, fascist discourse, threats against the Constitution and, increasingly, corruption too. His whims, unbalanced personality and policy preferences would play an outsized role in the Brazilian catastrophe. In other words, entrenched inequalities, institutional dysfunctionalities, economic crisis, and political disasters contributed to the pandemic onslaught, and to the public policies that would be deployed or not to address it. Second, Brazil's 1988 constitution designed a Scandinavian-style welfare state in the country, including a universal health system free at the point of use, inspired by the British NHS. SUS is recognized as an exemplary health system in the global south. However, it was clear before the pandemic that SUS was being 10 Brazil, Inequality and Catastrophe 137. Systematically degraded and starved of funds by the post-2016 administrations. These processes were marked by the dramatic removal of thousands of Cuban doctors serving in Brazil's remotest regions, in 2018, purely for political reasons. Thousands of COVID-19 deaths can be directly attributed to the lack of trained staff, intensive care beds, ventilators, oxygen tubes, and even gloves and medicines in the public hospitals. Partly as a consequence of the social and economic inequalities in the country, and partly because of the policy-induced limitations in the health system, Brazil has suffered recently from waves of dengue fever, chikungunya, Zika, H1N1 and other plagues that, invariably, affect disproportionately the most marginalized and vulnerable, especially the poor, the unemployed, and black and indigenous communities. Third, while the pandemic made its way around the world, President Bolsonaro systematically downplayed the risks because precaution would look bad, suggest feminine weakness, or endanger his re-election in 2022. Uniquely among the leaders of the world's largest countries, Brazil's president did not dither when the country was confronted with the pandemic. Instead, Bolsonaro deliberately undermined public safety and actively sought to prevent any form of coordinated or effective response by the political and health institutions in the country. The president blamed the left for the hysteria, referred to the disease as a little u that would affect only the weak, and proclaimed that we will not get, because Brazilians, don't catch anything. I saw a guy jump into a sewer, diving there, nothing happened to him. Bolsonaro relentlessly criticized mayors and governors when they tried to impose lockdowns, social distancing rules or mask use, promoted fake cures, sabotaged every step of the vaccination program, held many maskless public events and neglected the health system, while using the pandemic to divert attention away from the rollout of a host of neoliberal policy changes, including the removal of protections to labor and the environment. 138. The role of the individual in history. In the face of a mounting death toll, Bolsonaro asked rhetorically, "What do you want me to do?" and claimed that he did not have responsibility for anything, since we all die in the end. As the number of deaths surpassed 260,000, Bolsonaro complained that people were moaning too much and, if they expected vaccines, they are idiots, go look for at your mother's home. As deaths piled up, Bolsonaro continued to pander to his core supporters among the upper middle classes, capital, the far-right and Pentecostal church business conglomerates. His ministers of health invariably ran into trouble if they challenged Bolsonaro's obsession with minimizing the pandemic, avoiding any form of lockdown or social distancing and, above all, if Bolsonaro suspected that they could threaten him electorally with untimely expressions of competence. 5. Only psychiatrists can explain Bolsonaro's behavior. He never accounted for his necropolitics in detail. 6. And, when questioned, responded with insults and threats of violence. Needless to say, Bolsonaro never expressed regret for the hundreds of thousands of lives lost under his watch. Bolsonaro's bluster, slurs and lies were similar in character to those spouted by other spectacular authoritarian leaders, even if Bolsonaro's discourse tended to be more coarse, cruel, and unpredictable than theirs. In normal times, brutal attacks had often been sufficient to extract those leaders from political trouble, especially if they were supported by a pliant Congress, a sympathetic judiciary and a tolerant commentariat, mercies that would never have been extended to left-wing political leaders. It was symptomatic of Brazil's entrenched inequalities that the pandemic reached the country through rich tourists returning from Italian ski holidays, but the first person to die was one of their domestic workers. The pandemic made its way from there, trickling down from the rich to kill mainly the poor, RST in the periphery of the wealthy cities of Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro and, later, reaching the poor north and northeast regions, where its impact was multiplied by the precarious housing, health, nutrition, and other circumstances of the poor. In rich as well as poor regions, the coronavirus spread among the poor RST, and with the greatest lethality. As the virus spread, Bolsonaro refused to impose a national lockdown, followed Donald Trump in declaring that quack cures would resolve the problem and, anyway, individuals with athletic bodies like myself need not worry about COVID-19. His employees agreed, with staff from the Ministry of Finance stating that it's good that deaths are concentrated among the old. That will improve our economic performance as it will reduce our pension deficit. By refusing to act, Bolsonaro abandoned the matter to local mayors and state governors, but they were never resourced appropriately by the federal government, and Bolsonaro never stopped criticizing the public health measures taken at any level of the administration. Denialism from Brasilia clashed with local pressures, leading to a patchwork of rules that Bolsonaro used as an argument against all restrictions. Shopping centers closed in some cities but remained open in neighboring ones. Different regulations on mask use and public transport applied in each city and state, and rules were set according to local lobbies rather than medical evidence, often focusing more on the protection of prots than on public health. Inevitably, policies would soon make little sense even in the same city. The tug-of-war between Bolsonaro, the governors, and the mayors culminated in Bolsonaro's threats, in April 2021, to deploy the armed forces against local lockdowns. You could not make it up. As the public health crisis worsened, and the contrast between the emerging global consensus and the chaos in Brazil became increasingly evident, large sections of the middle class and the mainstream media broke away from Bolsonaro, and started criticizing him in more and more strident terms. The president radicalized his discourse to shore up his base of support. He picked daily GHTS with the media, invented grievous lies about the pandemic, cursed every critic and proffered escalating threats against the political establishment, the Supreme Court, the Constitution, the media, the left, former President Lula, and every source of opposition. As his popularity dipped, Bolsonaro escalated his assaults, openly threatened a coup d'état and increased his reliance on the military. He even tried a self-coup in March 2021, but it failed because the military high command refused to support Bolsonaro's adventure. In the meantime, COVID-19 mass testing never took off, contact tracing never even started, and the country only had a vaccination campaign because of pressure from the state governors and a decision by the Supreme Court, surely a unique case in the world. The escalating disagreements about lockdowns and other preventative policies were not merely due to Bolsonaro's posturing, perversity, or his possible mental health problems. They had a material basis, RST, in the economic vulnerability of most workers in a poor, unequal, and highly deregulated economy. More than half of workers in Brazil are in the informal sector, and they would have little economic security in a lockdown. Survival would depend entirely upon state transfers, which Bolsonaro and his Minister of Finance, Paulo Guedes, opposed. Second, many employers were against lockdowns, social distancing, and even mask use, because of the perception that they would hurt prots. In turn, a lockdown would leave millions of workers and small entrepreneurs with zero income, and many RMS with zero sales and zero credit, lending plausibility to Bolsonaro's statements about a trade-off between health and the economy, and the need to protect the latter. Perversely, lockdowns would also push the poor into crowded homes lacking water, sewerage, and, with rising unemployment, also food and medicines. In the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, drug gangs took the initiative to impose a lockdown, in order to reduce the health risks in the community and improve their own business environment. No pandemic policy is sustainable under these circumstances. The early stages of the crisis were accompanied by a significant undercounting of the victims. By mid-2020, for every 10 deaths due to COVID-19, another 8 were attributed to the generic category acute respiratory distress syndrome. By the end of the year, With improved reporting systems, Brazil had registered 226,528 deaths from all respiratory illnesses, of which 195,000 were attributed to COVID-19. This leaves a residue of 31,500 deaths attributed to AIDS, while, in the previous 6 years, the average number of AIDS deaths was only 5,600. 7 These deaths do not include those due to the indirect impact of the pandemic, especially those wrongly attributed to something else because of the lack of tests, family objections to the word coronavirus on the 10 Brazil, inequality and catastrophe. 141. Death certificate of their loved ones, or misidentification, since the coronavirus ravages not only the lungs but also the heart, kidneys, brain, and other organs. In addition, there were countless premature deaths due to the inability of patients with cancer or other illnesses to obtain the care that would otherwise have been available to them. Bolsonaro seizes the initiative. The only significant measure to protect the poor was initiated by the left parties in Congress, offering emergency transfers of $600 per month during the pandemic to 65 million people, the most generous transfer program in Brazilian history. Bolsonaro and his Minister of Finance, the ex-Chicago boy Paulo Guedes, rejected it on the neoliberal grounds of fiscal restraint. Under growing pressure, Bolsonaro offered $200 per month. The left forced a vote, and the measure was approved as part of a war budget bypassing the fiscal deficit limits. For the bottom half of earners, this transfer program raised incomes by more than the pandemic had reduced them, cutting poverty and neutralizing the inequality-generating impact of the pandemic. Shockingly, given his entirely negative role in the pandemic, Bolsonaro rushed to present the income support as his grant to the poor, together with other expansionary measures including credit lines for small and medium enterprises. His approval ratings rose among the poor, just as they were tumbling among the middle class. However, the income support program ended with the start of the new fiscal year, in January 2021, and it was replaced in April by a much smaller grant of $250 per month for 3 months, conditional on deeper reforms of the public administration and fiscal cuts elsewhere. The lack of federal income support has made it impossible for the states and municipalities to impose local lockdowns, virtually guaranteeing that the pandemic would get worse. In common with other countries, the opinion polls in Brazil have shown a correlation between disregard for the pandemic and support for the spectacular authoritarian leader. In these countries, the fatalities tend to be attributed to God's will, destiny, bad luck, or the victims. 142. Themselves, because of their frailty or irresponsible behavior. In addition, the rising death toll and mass exhaustion with the erratic policies being implemented in Brazil tended to increase the tolerance to risk in a society that was already wedded to inequality, crime, violence, illness, risky behaviors, deaths, and disregard for the other. Many people continued to visit their friends, shop in the high streets and congregate in bars and restaurants. Mask use was never generalized. The virus spread even more, feeding the disaster. Finally, the pandemic offered Bolsonaro's administration an opportunity to roll out destructive policies with minimal scrutiny. In May 2020, Environment Minister Ricardo Salles was caught on video declaring, at a ministerial meeting, that, "We need to make an effort while we are in this calm moment in terms of press coverage, because they are only talking about COVID, and push through changes in all the rules and simplify norms." This would lead, for example, to his attempt to abolish the permanent protection zones around Brazil's mangroves and other fragile coastal ecosystems, which would later be blocked in court. Similar attacks were launched against protections for indigenous and Quilombola communities, while the government accelerated its privatization program and intensified the repression against dissent. No less significantly, the pandemic also diverted attention from corruption scandals involving the president's family. To add insult to injury, on the day when the death toll reached 4,000, in early April 2021, the Chamber of Deputies passed legislation allowing private RMS to purchase coronavirus vaccines, in direct violation of the Constitution. This parallel route to vaccines would allow the rich to bypass the vaccination program led by SUS, and reduce the political pressures to make it succeed at national level. In the meantime, the armed forces prevented civilians from accessing their health facilities, even when occupation reached 100% in civilian hospitals, while military facilities often had 85% spare capacity. Moving forward. After more than 400,000 reported deaths, the fact that Jair Bolsonaro's toxic discourse and behavior still enjoy resonance among large segments of the population is a sad reminder that political debates can have lethal consequences. Bolsonaro bears personal responsibility for the Brazilian tragedy, but this is due not only to his incompetence, stupidity, or mental health condition or the perversity of his supporters, although these are undoubtedly contributing factors. The Brazilian president has actively promoted the spread of COVID-19 for his own political gain. Bolsonaro benefits from the corrosion of social bonds, delegitimation of public policies and institutions, and deepening political divisions, as they prepare the ground for Bolsonaro's ultimate goal of self-perpetuation through a coup d'état. This danger will remain as long as he is in power. In the meantime, the population has been left exposed to the coronavirus. The outcome has been the exponential growth of deaths, the worst economic contraction in Brazilian history, and creeping social and political chaos. Meanwhile, the neoliberal reforms, the dismantling of the state and the destruction of the environment remain top of the government's agenda. Chapter 11. India, From Hubris to Disaster. In early June 2021, India had reported nearly 30 million cases and 350,000 deaths due to COVID-19, placing it near the top of the lists of worst affected countries. The spiraling death toll and the countless tragedies that it encompasses were unquestionably due to the arrogance, carelessness, and opportunism of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of the Hindutva nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, one of the largest and most aggressive organizations associated with authoritarian neoliberalism in the world. The first wave. On March 24, 2020, the government led by Prime Minister Modi announced, quite suddenly, a strict national lockdown which, in theory, would contain the highest number of people in the world. The lockdown was imposed with only 4 hours' notice and it lacked compensatory economic measures. Inevitably, it sparked a scarcely imaginable turmoil as. This chapter was co-authored with Nicholas Aguila. Several million migrants, day laborers, and poor workers and their families were suddenly locked out of their jobs and found themselves deprived of employment and money and, consequently, food and housing. Many desperate and penniless people felt compelled to return to their villages in order to survive, and rushed to catch overpriced buses, trains, or any other means of transportation available, where exploitation was rife and social distancing impossible. Others decided to travel hundreds of miles on foot or illegally crammed into trucks, risking death by hunger or exhaustion. The chaos led to the deaths of up to 1,000 people, including at least 12 victims of police brutality, often gratuitous, as well as several victims of violence against Muslims, who were accused by the far-right linked to the BJP of being spreaders of the virus. The uncontrollable mass migration spread the coronavirus all over India, a thoughtless policy mistake that spawned a tragedy. This was not the first time that Modi's government triggered mass panic with poorly considered policy changes. The most severe earlier event was the sudden demonetization of the INR 500 and INR 1000 banknotes, in 2016, which achieved none of its stated goals and caused untold stress and heavy losses to many poor people. Despite the imperative to confront the coronavirus, it was always obvious that a lockdown would have limited efficacy in India, given the poverty and precarious living conditions of hundreds of millions of people, the fact that the vast majority of workers are in the informal sector and lack most forms of social protection, and the overcrowding, lack of water, poor sanitation and limited possibilities for isolation at home for hundreds of millions of people. The lockdown created not only health challenges and widespread economic hardship, it also led to a surge in gender-based violence and sexual abuse, especially against Dalit women. In the meantime, the government introduced a highly limited testing strategy that assumed that there was no local transmission and focused, instead, on protecting the country's borders. This strategy may have been motivated, in part, by a misperception of the prevalence of the coronavirus in India and, in part, by the lack of laboratory capacity to process a large number of tests. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, the most populous state in India, one testing lab was supposed to serve 30 million people. Although private labs rapidly ramped up their testing capacity, their prices were invariably too high for most people. Finally, the Indian health system is notoriously fragile. The vast majority of people cannot afford private health, the public institutions routinely operate at full capacity, services are underfinanced, and there are significant regional differences in terms of access, availability, and quality of care. Ventilators are limited in number and cannot be manufactured in the country, and the availability of intensive care beds is low by international standards. Fatally, as would be tragically revealed later, supplies of oxygen for medical purposes were also limited. The RST wave of COVID-19 peaked in mid-September 2020, when the 7-day average of new cases hit 93,199, cases subsequently declined until mid-February 2021, when the 7-day average reached only 11,145. Authoritarianism. The policies of the Modi administration were marked by authoritarianism and brutality. The administration imposed the lockdown invoking the Disaster Management Act of 2005, that allows the central government to take extraordinary measures and requires local authorities to comply and implement the commands from the center. However, there was a pattern of inadequate coordination between different levels of government. For example, the national government issued more than 4,000 new rules during the 2 months of the lockdown, frequently without consultation or adequate preparation time. The state governments were expected to abide by the rules of the moment, and were mandated to deliver a growing set of health and economic relief measures without either resources or capacity for implementation, and with severe limitations on their ability to borrow. In the meantime, the national government seized the opportunity to crack down on the protests that had been brewing since the introduction of laws discriminating against Muslims, in December 2019, which centered on the reforms of the National Register of Citizens and the Citizenship Amendment Act. The government immediately attacked the dissenters, and charged organizers and journalists alike under India's severe anti-terror laws. Further, 154 waves of protest followed, culminating on what was probably the largest strike in history, on November 26, 2020, involving up to 250 million people. Finally, the government ordered Twitter to censor tweets and deactivate accounts critical of their handling of the pandemic. The national government launched relatively early on a contact tracing app which institutions and individuals were ordered to install, with penalties for non-compliance. This became the fastest downloaded app on record, reaching 50 million downloads in 2 weeks, and 181 million users by May 2021, even if this remains a low proportion of the country's population. 1. The app requires a considerable amount of personal information, and it is designed to allow users to assess their own symptoms and calculate the risk of infection. It also has access to GPS and Bluetooth data to keep track of the user's status and location. Serious concerns have been expressed about this app, because the data is sent to servers under the control of the national government, and there has been a blank refusal to explain how it will be used, who has access to it and for how long. Although the government insists that the data are anonymized, it has declined to explain how, or to release the computer codes. The terms of the app also exclude the government from any liability for its use, and the country does not have a privacy law. Violations predictably followed. They included the publication of the personal details of people on quarantine lists, as well as evidence that the police in Karnataka tracked people using their GPS data. The second wave. In January 2021, Modi declared that, with Made in India solutions, we controlled the spread of the virus and improved our health infrastructure. In February, a BJP resolution claimed that it can be said with pride, India defeated COVID-19 under the able, sensible, committed and visionary leadership of Prime Minister Modi. The party unequivocally hails its leadership for introducing India to the world as a proud and victorious nation in the GHT against COVID. At the beginning of March, the health minister said that India was in the end game of the COVID-19 pandemic. The cadence of the government can also be seen in Modi's declaration that the country was the world's pharmacy. India's pharmaceutical industry, comprising more than 3,000 companies and 10,000 manufacturing facilities, is the third largest in the world in volume, and it supplies 20% of generic drugs and 62% of the world's vaccines. Against COVID-19, the country has been producing Covishield, Johnson & Johnson, Covaxin, Sputnik V, and Zycov-D. The government and the BJP could not have been more wrong. Since mid-February 2021, there has been a staggering surge in cases. The realgars are likely to be far worse, given the lack of testing and the generalist practice of undercounting, sometimes by political diktat, with some estimates placing the real number of cases and deaths between 10 and 30 times higher than those reported by the government. The predictable consequences followed. Hospitals ran out of beds, blood, and oxygen, and mortuaries became so full that bodies would be mass cremated or allowed to decompose at home or on the streets, and many were simply thrown into the river Ganges. The situation was so dire that black markets emerged for oxygen tubes and other health equipment. The spike in infections was partly attributed to the so-called double mutant or Delta variant that seems to have emerged in the country too. However, it was left unclear how much more contagious or fatal this variant actually is, so at the time of writing scientists remain cautious about attributing to it the surge in cases and deaths. It may be, instead, that government policies bear most of the responsibility for the tragedy. Simply put, the administration did little to prepare for the inevitable second wave. They failed to expand hospital capacity, increase production, or stockpile PPE and oxygen, and did not boost testing capacity sufficiently. The central government also miscalculated massively the transmissibility of the coronavirus, as it allowed cricket matches and religious festivals to go ahead with minimal requirements for social distancing and mask use. A staggering 25 million people attended the Kumbh Mela festival since January, and 2 million devotees crammed together to bathe in the river Ganges on April 12, in the northern city of Haridwar. The government accused its critics of being ignorant and Hindu-phobic. 156. Similarly, Modi held huge maskless rallies as late as April 17, pursuing his dream of winning the elections in West Bengal. By then, the number of new daily cases already exceeded 200,000. Despite a promising start in mid-January, India's vaccination program lagged badly and, by the end of April, only around 10% of the population had received the RST dose of a vaccine. The government placed orders late, did not properly fund local suppliers, and was slow to approve foreign vaccines for domestic use. Vaccine production did not expand fast enough, largely because of input shortages, in some cases because of the U.S. export ban. Additionally, a large number of vaccines was either exported for commercial reasons, or used in exercises in vaccine diplomacy, perhaps in an attempt to rival China, until an Indian export ban was imposed in late March. To add insult to injury, the national government placed the responsibility for vaccination on the states, that suddenly found that they had to compete with each other for scarce doses without sufficient funding and with rising prices because of the bidding war engineered by the government in Delhi. As a result, the facilities where Indians can get free vaccines are severely limited, while rich people can easily pay large sums to be vaccinated in private facilities. The economy. The pandemic triggered an economic disaster. GDP fell 8% in 2020, worsening the already weak position of the most vulnerable members of society. Millions of people need their daily income to survive and pay their debts, and they rely on internal migration to get jobs. Daily wage workers, including homeless and landless people, migrant workers, agricultural laborers, displaced persons, street children, persons with disabilities, older people, tribal and other remote communities, single women, and others were severely hit by the pandemic and the economic crisis, and suffered significant losses of income and surges in hunger and violence. Around 120 million jobs were lost in April 2020, leading to a record high unemployment rate of 23.5%, but this rate fell to 6.5% in January 2021. However, a survey in October showed 11 India, from hubris to disaster 157, that only 3% of the respondents were earning their pre-pandemic income. Despite these difficulties, the government's skill response was extremely limited, partly because of fears that it might trigger a downgrade in the country's sovereign rating. At the beginning, not only the government did not increase its spending sufficiently, but it even went under budget to limit the skill deficit due, given the sharp decline in tax collection due to the health crisis and the lockdowns. After 6 weeks of lockdown, the government nally announced a package supposedly equivalent to 10% of GDP, but only 1% was in the form of expansionary skill measures, the rest was through credit, which does not imply any additional skill outlays. Eventually, the government increased spending and, given the decline in tax collection, the skill deficit reached 12.3% of GDP, while government debt hit 89.6% of GDP. Nevertheless, the additional spending and foregone revenues were only 3.3% of GDP, and the new loans, equity, and guarantees amounted to 5.1% of GDP, lagging significantly behind the stimulus in the AES and even in many DE. Even worse, the skill budget for 2021 to 2022 shows a decrease in spending in health, education, food, and the rural employment guarantee. This is hardly a basis for long-term economic recovery. The Kerala exception. The southwestern state of Kerala was India's beacon of hope during the RST wave of the pandemic. By early August 2020, the state had only 94 deaths in a population of 36 million. Kerala's success was due not only to the immediate response of its health authorities but, also, to its continued investment in universal health care and education. The state is governed by the Left Democratic Front, a coalition of Marxist and other left-wing parties, and the local government actively involves trade unions and civil society organizations. Kerala has a relatively high Human Development Index despite the state's low per capita income, and a successful history dealing with crises, such as the Nipah virus, in 2018, as well as frequent floods. Economically, it has the advantage of receiving more remittances than any other Indian state. 158. Mostly from skilled workers in the Gulf. The state is also an important tourism hub. Kerala was among the RST states in India to introduce precautionary measures, including a statewide lockdown imposed before the national one. Additionally, the government of Kerala implemented mechanisms to identify, isolate, and treat those infected, including external border controls. In part, the early response was required due to the close connection between the state and Wuhan, the original locus of the virus in China. The government included different groups in the design and implementation of its policies, which guaranteed community support and avoided the resistance seen elsewhere, for example, against the closure of places of worship. Additionally, the government created a community force to address the crisis, to which more than 300,000 volunteers signed up. They were trained, given PPE, and paid to provide food, essentials, and assistance to those under lockdown. The government also created community kitchens to feed the hungry. The strategy consisted of promoting physical distancing and sanitary precautionary measures even before the lockdown. The state hired manual contact tracers, who used anonymized GPS data from mobile phones and CCTV footage, and posted routes online with a number to call if people had been in contact with anyone who had tested positive for COVID-19. The local government also communicated effectively in several languages, in order to educate the population about the pandemic. In addition, a mental health helpline was available for people in quarantine, and a WhatsApp helpline was set up for victims of domestic abuse. There was also a WhatsApp group to inform about government measures related to the pandemic. The government of Kerala transformed houseboats used for tourism into isolation wards, housed migrants in empty buildings and delivered meals to children at home. Additionally, they supported the production of hand sanitizer and masks, and Kerala was the first Indian state to provide rapid test kits, all of this while being discriminated against by the national government, and despite the severe limitations in the state's own resources. Despite these successes, Kerala had to face difficult challenges in the second wave of the pandemic, when it was the second worst affected state after Maharashtra. The surge in cases in Kerala has been attributed to the early loosening of restrictions and insufficient mass compliance with 11 India, from hubris to disaster 159. The remaining regulations. The latter led to increased enforcement by the police, including knees to those not wearing masks or maintaining social distancing. Local elections and religious festivals may also have contributed to the upsurge in cases. Still, the state continued to do well in some respects. For example, Kerala was the only state that did not suffer a shortage of oxygen during the second wave, because it increased production capacity by 60% early on, which allowed it to supply neighbor states. Kerala also tested more people relatively early. Because of that, it can manage patients better, and it has less need for oxygen. Additionally, by mid-April 2021 Kerala had vaccinated more than 14% of its population, which is significantly above the national average. The case of Kerala shows, on the one hand, how even a state with limited sovereignty and strictly rationed resources can address a pandemic efficiently, as long as it enjoys legitimacy and has strong planning capacities. On the other hand, it also shows how fortunes can change under the relentless pressure of an unforgiving virus, and that will force its way into society by any gap it can end. The lesson, then, is that the best way to protect the population is through careful and comprehensive systems of control, linked to a drastic strategy of elimination of the coronavirus. Any slip could allow the virus to entrench itself, making it hugely expensive and potentially impossible to eliminate in the future, which is exactly the same lesson drawn from experiences around the world. Conclusion. This book is about neoliberalism and the crises in three of its dimensions: the economy, politics, and health. The book reviews the meanings of neoliberalism in theory and its implications for daily life, and argues that neoliberalism is best seen as the contemporary stage or mode of existence of capitalism, driven by nationalization. Neoliberalism and nationalization transformed the structures of production and social reproduction, with implications for the patterns of accumulation, employment, consumption, and many other aspects of social life in most countries. Neoliberalism has also been entangled with developments in the political sphere. It was originally established in different countries through a variety of political paths, including in long-standing democracies, in military dictatorships, or conjointly with transitions to political democracy. In general, however, by the 1990s a democratic form of neoliberalism had become globally hegemonic. This was partly for national historical reasons and, partly, for instrumental reasons, since, in exchange for basic civil liberties, democratic regimes could offer capital and the U.S. empire one legal security, certainty of a dominant political role, and legitimacy to justify the inequitable outcomes of neoliberalism as if they expressed the general good. Despite these strengths, democratic political forms had to contend with tensions and displacements due to the economic implications of neoliberalism, since they tend to amplify inequalities, worsen the pattern of employment, and concentrate economic, political, and media power. In doing this, neoliberalism systematically corrodes the civic equalities that must underpin a democratic polity. Ultimately, the system of accumulation found stability only by means of institutional rigidity and the narrowing of democracy. They were enforced in order to insulate the economic structures, policies, and processes that dean and secure neoliberalism from the vagaries of electoral accountability or any form of ingerence by the majority. This was done through institutional reforms embedding neoliberalism into the constitutional fabric of the nation. For example, laws enshrined deficit ceilings, independent central banks, innovation targets, and the imperative of privatizations and competition, while a barrage of propaganda promoted the naturalization of daily life and gloried overconsumption as the essence of a good life. The unavoidable consequence of locking neoliberalism institutionally was the narrowing of the political debate because of the exclusion of economic matters and the related laws and institutions from legitimate consideration. This made it increasingly difficult to challenge the system of accumulation within the rules that neoliberalism itself had imposed. Under neoliberalism, the superiority of the market and the imperative of nation control could not be challenged or even debated. The democratic alternation in power of political parties committed to marginally different versions of neoliberalism helped to tune the extension of the law of value across most spheres of social reproduction, the commercialization of social provision, the diffusion of the profit imperative and growing economic inequalities. In other words, neoliberalism builds a totalizing policy environment supporting its own expanded reproduction while, at the same time, it turns political democracy into a formal shell, empty of content but securing the institutional framework for neoliberalism itself. Institutional rigidity and the shrinkage of the policy space made it difficult for states and societies to end negotiated solutions to the contradictions, limitations, and crises emerging under neoliberalism. Over time, and under the impact of economic and other crises, democratic politics lost both legitimacy and efficacy. This mature form of neoliberalism was shaken by the GFC, which severely undermined the ideological hegemony of Nance and the notion of the optimality of free markets. The crisis of legitimacy of the system of accumulation can be seen from two angles. On the one hand, it became widely accepted that there is a moral hazard problem under neoliberalism, since large financial institutions can capture growing profits but 167. They systematically claim the right to socialize losses because they are too big to fail. This allows them to keep a stranglehold on the real economy and to hijack public policy and resources through endless demands for self-preservation at someone else's cost, with strongly adverse implications for distribution. This policy practice under neoliberalism contradicts the moral justification for private profits, which centers on the encouragement to invest wisely in order to reap gains and avoid punishing losses. However, if society must pick up those losses, especially when they are large, the justification for profits at least in Nance and, potentially, more widely disappears. Increasingly, since the GFC we see that neoliberal capitalism is sustained only by the silent compulsion of economic relations backed up by the raw power of the state, but denuded of the comforts of ideology. On the other hand, since the GFC, governments have been showering resources onto the banks in the hope that they will lend to businesses and households and drive economic growth. However, given the economic stagnation in the global north, many financial institutions used those resources to build reserves and clean up their balance sheets, and then moved huge quantities of funds into speculative activities both in the global north and in the global south, perpetuating a parasitic system of accumulation veering dangerously between deepening stagnation and destabilizing speculative bubbles. The GFC led to the introduction of policies of fiscal austerity in many countries, allegedly to cover the costs of the crisis in general, and to rescue Nance specifically. However, given the creation of large cohorts of economic losers since the earlier transitions to neoliberalism, and the loss of legitimacy of neoliberalism and nationalization after the GFC, these policies could be sustained only by authoritarian means. Alienation inevitably followed and, given the earlier destruction of the left, a political vacuum emerged in which the potential sources of opposition were dissolved into anomie, overwhelmed by the far right or enraptured by spectacular authoritarian neoliberal leaders promising to resolve the problems that the losers found themselves unable to confront. The rise to prominence of authoritarian leaders was facilitated by a growing disregard for science, evidence, and established truths that often degenerated into a quasi-religious attachment to individuals peddling comforting but misleading claims, and whose every trespass could be forgiven because they seemed genuine. 168. When they were climbing the electoral ladder, those leaders would speak loudly against selected aspects of neoliberalism, even if they led political parties or mass movements associated with nationalism, imperialism, militarism, or fascism. Yet, when they reached positions of power, those authoritarian leaders invariably implemented policies intensifying neoliberalism and hurting their own electoral base. Despite the discomfort of mainstream commentators, the appealing personality of these leaders would often excuse their managerial incompetence and the dysfunctionality of their administrations. Shockingly, their opinion poll ratings would generally hold despite the multiplication of disasters under their watch, including, eventually, catastrophic losses of life during the pandemic. This book argues that this political arrangement is intrinsically unstable, and it is likely to foster a destabilizing politics of permanent crisis. Examination of these circumstances led to the identification of three paradoxes of neoliberalism. First, the economic paradox THIRD-WORLDISM, the delivery of unprecedentedly favorable conditions for accumulation under neoliberalism led to a marked slowdown of investment and GDP growth. This is followed by the political paradox, that the consolidation of neoliberal democracies excluded the economic domain from political debate, undermined the representation of the poor, and severely limited the capacity of states to address social conflicts. Finally, the paradox of authoritarianism, that is, the economic and political crises in the system of accumulation fostered the personalization of politics around spectacular leaders and the emergence of authoritarian modes of governance as the newly dominant political form of neoliberalism. They drive a politics of crisis management through social divisions and the manipulation of resentments aiming to intensify exclusion, oppression, and exploitation, that inevitably undermines their own base of support. These three paradoxes ultimately ensue from the hegemony of interest-bearing capital over the economic resources, institutions, the law, and the political system under neoliberalism. In turn, neoliberal politics has been extensively eviscerated and fossilized into a set of unresponsive parties and institutions serving nance above any consideration of public welfare. In these circumstances, in which both the economy and the political system are regulated by the imperatives of exploitation, extraction, and reproduction of exclusion, the interplay between the three paradoxes of neoliberalism is likely to open spaces for new forms of fascism. These pressures culminated in the Great Stagnation and the emergence of authoritarian neoliberalism after the GFC. In January 2020, the 169 world was hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to its countless victims, the pandemic triggered a profound economic crisis that could be contained only by unprecedented levels of public sector intervention to support production and demand, compensate the contractionary impact of the lockdowns, and settle the health and other costs of the pandemic itself. These interventions will have long-term consequences for the functioning of capitalism. The pandemic hit a world already under stress because of the slowdown of the U.S. economy, entrenched stagnation in the Eurozone and Japan, growing conflicts between the USA and China and the USA and Iran, severe instability in Central Asia, the Middle East and North Africa, and with countries and public health systems everywhere significantly less resilient after 40 years of neoliberal reforms disguised as competition and efficiency gains. The emergence of COVID-19 in a context of weak economies and weakened state capacities exposed the limitations of neoliberalism and, potentially, reinforced its exclusionary tendencies, with grave implications for long-term prosperity, democracy, and the legitimacy of the system of accumulation. In these charged circumstances, the pandemic brought to light the incompetence, mendacity, and disregard for life of some of the most prominent politicians of our time. In particular, the spectacular authoritarian leaders that emerged after the GFC, and who tended to thrive under political crises that they deliberately stoked, failed miserably. Despite their bombastic discourse and fantastical promises, those leaders were shown to be ill-equipped to protect lives and livelihoods and, when this became impossible, to express compassion, lead the nation in mourning, and ways to address the problem at hand and heal the collective wounds. Regardless of these staggering failures, the popularity of the spectacular leaders never collapsed entirely. Instead, it tended only to wobble at the margin. This outcome is too striking to be attributed to chance or to some hidden virtue of those incompetent leaders. Instead, their continuing popularity is the reaction of the desperate search, by the losers, for solutions to problems of neoliberalism that they cannot end anywhere else. That is, the political traction of failed leaders is due to a deep malaise in neoliberalism, driven by its economic limitations, socially destructive consequences and worsening political gridlock. The policy failures and the experiences of success addressing the pandemic suggest 6 key lessons. 170. First, neoliberal states can be efficient at protecting profits and the interests of the privileged, and they can rescue nations from self-inflicted disasters. However, these states can have great difficulty performing arguably more important functions of governance, especially protecting the population from the ravages of misfortune and securing jobs, incomes, and basic services. This must be done for reasons of justice and distributive economic policy. It can also support effective health policies, since job and income security will make the population healthier and, in a pandemic, they will make it possible for more people to stay at home, easing the load on the health system and accelerating the recovery. Costs should not be an obstacle, since the public authorities have provided hundreds of billions to banks, hedge funds, and large corporations time and again. They can certainly support the vulnerable and fund a resilient and universal health system if there is political will to do so. Second, the more that neoliberal ideologues and policymakers had reconstructed the state along neoliberal lines, and the more they had enforced the marketization of social reproduction, the lower became the capacity of these states to mobilize resources and expertise to respond to emergencies. This limitation was strikingly obvious in the Quartet of Calamity. Third, there is no clear trade-off between health and the economy. That is, the claim that countries must choose a position along a purported continuum between lockdown and a strategy of herd immunity was a misleading guide to public policy. What was proven, instead, is that the economy cannot function if the population is either insecure or unhealthy. Experience also shows that, in the absence of a vaccine or effective treatment, countries that resisted lockdowns and adhered with herd immunity tended to suffer much larger human catastrophes as well as deeper economic collapse. These outcomes reinforce the significance of integrated public policy, state capacity, and a strong manufacturing base, in contrast with the systematic depredation of the economy and the public sector under neoliberalism. Fourth, it was possible to eliminate the coronavirus in multiple ways. In particular, the supposed trade-off between democracy and successful combat against the virus was false, because countries have performed more or less well depending on their state capacity and public policies, rather than their political regimes. Since it was possible to address 171. The pandemic successfully in a democratic framework, the shift towards a more authoritarian political order in the wake of COVID-19 was a travesty. The primary goal, in many cases, was not to implement appropriate health policies, but to disguise policy failures in the short term and increase social control in the longer term. The successful states deployed distinct combinations of state capacity, purposeful, centralized and coordinated action, economic resources, technology, testing, tracing, capillarity of health systems and social control. These are the principles and features of successful industrial policy, applied to the field of health. 2. In contrast, the failed states tended to be disorganized, disarticulated, and to have been more radically restructured by the neoliberal reforms, as well as having deindustrialized, fragmented their own supply chains in the name of globalization, introduced competition into their health systems, acted late and unwillingly, failed to test, imposed lockdowns reluctantly, and to lack PPE, ICU beds, and ventilators. This is, then, very much a pandemic with neoliberal characteristics, in which the impositions of neoliberalism were directly responsible for tens of thousands of deaths. Fifth, the pandemic revealed how the neoliberal cult of individual maximization and competition fostered nationalism and racism, debased science, and fed the individualization of the truth. This is profoundly corrosive, because if any truth is open to choice there will be no possibility of dialogue between people with different viewpoints. Sixth, the economic burden of COVID-19 will be much higher than that of the GFC. Most governments, especially in the AES, spent huge sums during the pandemic, in addition to lowering interest rates whenever this was possible. Many governments expressed their intention to cover these costs by shifting to a new fiscal austerity as soon as possible. This would be untenable. Fiscal austerity is unjustifiable in economic terms, and it will be widely seen as illegitimate, given the boost to wealth due to government support to the asset markets. It is also impossible for the poor and the remaining public services to bear the burden of adjustment. Austerity policies could be imposed only by force, and these policies, their regressive implications and the repression that must accompany them, would undermine government legitimacy and damage its mass base, which would be especially problematic for the authoritarian administrations supported by the losers. These limitations suggest the likelihood of a long period of crisis politics with unpredictable implications. The only 172 just way to defray those costs and fund the transition to a democratic and sustainable economy is through progressive taxation, the confiscation of fortunes made during the pandemic, strategic nationalizations, default where necessary, and essential for the long term a bold green growth strategy addressing climate change. The evidence and the lessons outlined above suggest that, throughout the pandemic, several neoliberal administrations focused on the protection of the short-term interests of capital instead of sheltering life. Although this is shocking, it should not be surprising since capitalism has always been about profits at the expense of people. Millions of deaths in the pandemic have highlighted, for those who care to look, the limitations of the system of accumulation. Neoliberalism is regressive, its political forms are undemocratic, an outsized financial sector is worse than useless, and capitalism is inherently exploitative. In the heat of the pandemic, several authoritarian neoliberal regimes enforced an necropolitics drawing upon their own self-interest in keeping the economy open, regardless of the loss of life. This was an unmitigated social harm tinged with reactionary and racist overtones, that victimized disproportionately the poor, minorities and the unprotected. This policy was symptomatic of the perversities of neoliberalism. This must never be forgotten, and never forgiven. It follows that the overlapping crises in the economy, politics, and health are outcomes of neoliberalism, and they cannot be addressed effectively by, or through, marginal adjustments in the system of accumulation, a reversal to fiscal austerity, or a renewed commitment to the free market. Even the attempt to do so will undermine what remains of democracy. Realization of these shortcomings can have implications not only for the legitimacy of political leaders, but even for the viability of the mode of production. In this sense, the expansionary policies implemented by U.S. President Joe Biden in early 2021 may offer global neoliberalism a more promising road to survival than the orthodox neoliberalism pursued in the UK and the EU, but both approaches remain limited by the regressive structures that they, ultimately, seek to protect. The successful responses to the pandemic have shown that the state can take a progressive role, especially when it suspends the normal workings of finance and the markets and mobilizes resources directly to address social needs, for which democratic accountability is important both on principle and for efficiency reasons. After all, despite the strident claims of die-hard neoliberals, who but the state can nurse the population, rescue. 173. Airlines and other key industries, enforce lockdowns, contain the implosion of the stock markets and fund new vaccines. These lessons can guide efforts to address other crises in neoliberalism, not least those concerning food production, water, and climate change. They can also guide challenges against the dominant system of accumulation in general, and against the violence of authoritarian neoliberalism specifically. Finally, they can inform the search for a mode of living that privileges the protection of life, livelihoods, and well-being, promotes economic and civic equality, restores state capacities and affirms collectivity and the irreducible sociability of the human species. 3. The strains of the pandemic have shown, tentatively, that the economy is a social system characterized by strong interdependencies, that we are bound together as humans, and that the universal provision of basic services is far more efficient than privatized, for-profit and fragmented supply. It follows that, RST, it is incumbent upon the state to secure access to universal basic services, jobs, and incomes, opening the way to the transformation of dysfunctional essential sectors into public utilities. This can give a decisive contribution to the denationalization of the economy and the transformation of the crises in neoliberalism into a crisis of neoliberalism, while also pointing to a progressive and democratic pathway to resolution. Second, responses to the crises in neoliberalism must be based on internationalist values, since only global solutions can be effective in an integrated world. We truly are in it together. These truths can pave the way for a politics of humanity and hope, organized around the denning concerns of the left with equality, collectivity and economic and political democracy, against neoliberalism. For in the immediate case of COVID-19, progressive policies must deliver medical and financial solidarity, and support the unrestricted dissemination of knowledge and technologies and the provision of health care for all according to need, in order to save lives everywhere. Without this global orientation, we risk reinforcing the ways that the virus has seamlessly fed into the discursive political rhetoric of nativist and xenophobic movements, a politics deeply seeped in authoritarianism, an obsession with border controls, and a my country RST national patriotism. Conversely, without this internationalist approach, our societies will remain stuck in mutual assured vulnerability, since the circulation of the coronavirus in the global south will drastically limit the scope for 174. Containment in the global north, while, also, turning the south into a cauldron where new variants will continuously emerge and will, inevitably, escape control. Building alternatives to the dominant system of accumulation requires the integration of economic, political, health and other demands into a program for the expansion of democracy, bringing to light the incompatibility between capitalism and democracy and the complementarities between political democracy, economic democracy, and socialism. The aftermath of the most devastating pandemic in 100 years is the right time to imagine new forms of social organization, based on solidarity, human values, and respect for nature, that will serve the majority and avoid the repetition of the sufferings experienced in 2020 and 2021. This book has shown that the tendency is for a prolonged economic stagnation and growing authoritarianism with racist and reactionary policies, potentially leading to new forms of fascism. Yet there are also powerful counter-tendencies pointing to the possibility of resurgence of the left. Neoliberalism has never been so unstable or its hegemony so brittle, and its limitations and perversities have been startlingly revealed by the pandemic. With the combination of crises and systemic shocks becoming increasingly severe, capitalism could be facing its biggest crisis. Given these ravages and disasters, we might expect a wave of protests from those fighting for a more egalitarian, just and sustainable world. They are right, and they must win, for the sake of humanity and the planet. The COVID-19 pandemic may have happened by chance, but it was not unexpected, and it exposed neoliberal capitalism for its inhumanity and criminality. The pandemic has shown that there can be no health policy without solidarity, democracy, equality, state capacity, and industrial policy, all of which are anathema to neoliberalism. The pandemic has revealed starkly both the limitations of authoritarian neoliberalism and the imperative to overcome them. I am cautiously optimistic that capitalism cannot wash this stain. It is now time to imagine what kind of society can serve the majority and avoid the repetition of the tragic outcomes that have been enacted upon us.